speak with, right? I like to be on Facebook. You can catch me at Facebook as Sototero6. I like to be on TikTok. The whole social media thing is changing, so I'm more on Facebook than ever. But I'm one of those approachable people that I have no problem with speaking to fans or talking about physicality or tarot in general or psychic ability or any of that sort. It looks like I have James in Hopewell. Hope I'm saying that right, James, in Pennsylvania. I've been through Pennsylvania. I'm a former truck driver, so I used to love going through Pennsylvania when I was in Pennsylvania. So, James, whenever you can come on, I don't know if I can hear you, but I will welcome you on. James, are you there?
Oh, I can. Yeah, I can hear you.
All right. How are you, sir?
I'm hanging in there, doing pretty well.
Good. So now with that whole spiel that I gave you, forgive me, I'm a Midwesterner, so I talk a little fast, and you're in Pennsylvania, so we may kind of meet in the middle there. Is there something specific you'd like to talk to? I can just pull a card. You'd be surprised I'm one of the very first people that will just pull a card like so and talk to you and tell you what that is and explain, but you can still ask something. I have time. Queen of Cups, this is a lady that's in water, that she's bloated from the water. She's becoming, like Bruce Lee used to say, you must become one with water. One with water means that you're open to your emotions. You're open to giving your heart out. You have your heart on your sleeve. Does it sound like you, sir?
No, I keep my feelings suppressed most of the time. But yeah, no, total opposite.
Okay, well, this is the reason why. This is one thing I will tell you, that in the psychic abilities here that we have, and in the tarot world, it's not to tell you what to do and what not to do. It's a suggestion, right? A lot of times we've seen in movies, I think The Matrix is one of the favorite ones, when they say, it's not that if you're going to take that piece of candy or not. You've already taken the piece of candy. You just have to decide why you took that piece of candy. So, and this might be the opposite of, this is one of those, maybe you should be open up a little bit more. There might be a reasoning back in the past to saying, maybe I was scarred at some point. Maybe there was something that I wasn't able to connect with somebody. And because of that, I'm not so open. And that's exactly what this, in a reverse fashion, is telling me. It's the person from the cups walking away from the cups. But in reality, it's an exclamation point, meaning I'm going to return. So this is I'm more of a people person. I'm more of the real world salt of the earth. I don't really believe in that hugging and that nonsense that Eric, you just showed me that I should be maybe. I'm more of I can see it, I can believe it, and I can understand it, then it's so. But all the mushiness that goes a long way, that might not be my cup of tea. Does that sound like you?
Yes.
Okay. So now you're understanding, right? The first one tells me where we kind of are. The second one is. And again, I'm not telling you what to do, and I haven't even asked you a question. This is the connection that we're starting on. Is there something specific you'd like to ask, or is there something specific you want to talk about?
No, it's not really. I don't know. Like, something seems off lately. Like, I've been catching things in the corner of my eyes that's not there. So I don't know if something's attached to me or what's going on, you know?
Sure. This is the Hermit card. This looks like a spaceship or a person on a mountain sitting out in the space. And it's a little weird to understand, but I'm going to explain it to you. It just helps me in the psychic ability here. The Hermit card is one that wants to go and be in seclusion. There's that feeling of, if it's kind of bad, but usually animals, when they go to pass, they will go and hide. Cats are known for that. They'll hide on their own, and they won't go in front of their fur mom and fur dad. They'll pass on their own. This is something of that nature. It's that feeling of it being a major arcana tells me that I don't feel comfortable around me, right? I can't necessarily understand it. It's not something official that I can touch and feel, but it's definitely giving the EBGBs. I don't really want to be one with this. I'd rather be in seclusion for it. And that's the feeling you're probably feeling at the moment. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay. So that's good that I say that. That's just like saying, hey, your car is red. That's great. Your car is red. But that doesn't tell you anything. So we're going to go into a little bit of you can take this or you can leave it. Now, the Ace of Swords looks like the Batman symbol, right? It's a bat up in the area. Batman in the symbol here for ace is a potential. Anytime there's a potential, it means potential in the realm of thinking or of your mind. So I will say this, the feeling that you have may be too many thoughts. I don't know if you're one, but I bet you are. And maybe you might be in rural, but you got internet. So that tells me you're not that rural in Pennsylvania, that too much of that info knowledge, too much of the news, too much of listening to the little, what do they call it? Doom scrolling the kids are saying right now. I'm doom scrolling and I'm just watching all this negativity about the stock market and I'm seeing all this other stuff go on. That's information overload. That's the thing you said, I don't want to be. I don't want to be that antenna and be like water and absorb all that. I want to refrain from that and not take that in. So I would suggest that might be your business. It might be where you work. It might be where you live. It might be just in your church or just the way you are with your neighbors. I would suggest to get away a little bit from that, unplug a little bit, get away from all the news. It might be, I understand, I feel like I have to be connected because I need to know what's going on. I'm telling you, give yourself 24 hours. Don't watch advertisement. Don't watch the media. Maybe watch some shows that you know don't have infomercials or commercials on them. Stream Netflix or something, but stay away from any of that mainstream stuff. And then if you can drop me a line at Sototero6 on Facebook and say, hey, Eric, I'm feeling a little bit better. I don't feel so crowded. I don't feel like I'm getting bombarded by so much information. Does that sound fair?
Yes.
Sounds good, sir. I appreciate you calling, James. You take care and you can definitely reach me out. Hey, drop me a line at Facebook. I friend everyone and I'm welcome to speak things about whatever. I live in Iowa, so I'm one of those howdy guys. It's good to talk to you, sir.
It was nice talking to you. Thank you.
Yes, take care. Sometimes we just don't know, right? We sometimes are connected to things and we don't even know. We force ourselves to be on top of a cell phone. We force ourselves to be in social media. We force ourselves to be in a political stance of some sort. Today we're one way, tomorrow we're in the next. And sometimes we have no idea why we do it. And then we go home and we wonder why we have a headache. Why is my back and my shoulders, why are they hurting? Why do I feel stressed out? It's because we're just information overload. Not only are we connected in a good way to each other, we're also connected to each other in a bad way. Ever go to Walmart? I'm not dissing Walmart, but any of your big box stores and you just get the EBGBs? That's usually what it is. You're going to somewhere where everybody has to go to buy something, food, necessities, what have you. And unfortunately, while they're there, they're picking up everybody's day. They're picking up this person who lost somebody, this person who got a car accident, this person who lost their job, this person who's being cheated on. And that's all being necessarily around you and you're feeling it and you're taking it in. Very much like that card that I showed, like that Queen of Cups, the water, the lady that looks like a balloon. She's taking it all in. Sometimes that's good. You can be an empath and you have that heart on your sleeve and the shoulder. Unfortunately, sometimes you're that antenna like her head is. And you take that in so hard that you don't even know who you are sometimes. You feel like the media that you're digesting. I have Elizabeth in Clinton Park, New York. Awesome. I have been in New York before as well. Elizabeth, are you there?
Yeah. I'm here.
Very good. How are you today?
I'm very good. How are you?
I'm doing awesome. And I'm glad you have that lower voice to slow me down a little bit. If I talk a little fast or if I say something, just slow me down and say, hey, Eric, slow down. We're not going anywhere.
Sure.
Is there anything particular? You know a little bit about my story. We are connected, right? These are not magic cards. Sometimes I can do this without them. And sometimes you'd be surprised, like I said, with the phone call, thinking of, Aunt Susan or so, and you call each other at the exact same time. And you're like, whoa, we just called each other at the same time. How'd that happen? Because you were thinking about each other. Right? And you don't even have to know each other. We're being entangled right now based on the internet. There's so many layers right now, visually, audio, and also in the wavelength. So is there anything specific you'd like to talk about? Is there anything specific you'd like to ask? You're welcome to it. I can help you along. I'll tell you what, in reverse, this has to do with the Two of Cups reverse. That's the two bubbles splitting. Two bubble splitting tells me of relationships, or not necessarily always love, just because it's cups. It has to do with emotions, but it means there's a separation of feelings, something strong. I feel this way, someone else feels that way. Is that going on in your life right now? There's a literal emotional, not necessarily, we're talking logical. It doesn't even have to be logical. It could be, this person's rolling up the toothpaste this way, and I want to roll it that way. But there's a feeling of an emotional pull from someone that's close to you.
Could be my daughter.
Okay. So let's talk about your daughter, if you wish, right? It's a G-rated movie, a G-rated TV show, so we'll keep it. I don't know her age, but again, in reverse state, this is the Ace of Cups, but it's reverse. We're dealing with water again. Same cups with the feeling of pulling away and also a potential. This is the cup that splashes all over the place and doesn't collect it. So means that's telling me there's emotions going around. Maybe of a teenage atmosphere, or if it's not a teenager, it feels more of adolescence or acting like a kid for out of spite. Does that sound right?
No. She's an adult.
Okay. So is this anything specifically acting out of stubbornness then? I'll use the word stubbornness then. And it could be you. I'm not saying it's her. I'm just saying there's stubbornness.
Dear. Disrespect.
Take your time. So here, I'll help you along. This is how we're connected.
Okay.
I don't even know what I do until I see the card like you see it. Three of Cups.
Okay.
Again, another Cups. Three of Cups is the three ladies dancing in the autumn leaves, but it's reversed, means someone's pulling away again. But in this regard, it is about a third person or a third group, right? This is usually friendship, it usually means, but it's when it's added to something like this, that's the friction you're having. It could be that other person. If you're saying that this has to do with respect, then it might have to do with that other person or other group, that other influence that's happening on her. That may be why there is no respect. Does that sound familiar?
No. No, it was an incident where I was thinking I was helping, and she was so upset, saying, "I can't believe you did that." I know she was mad at herself for not doing something, and then called up and took it out on me.
So something that regards that you were trying to help, and unfortunately she pulled away and let you have it, correct? Is that what it sounds?
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
Okay. So it's the same thing.
And so
That's right.
therefore I pulled away. I thought, I just don't need this.
Right. Now, I will tell you this, I'm getting literally, and this doesn't happen, I shuffle the deck, but I'm getting a 1, a 2, and a 3 of cups. That's emotions. So when emotions come up, that's telling me that's the most important thing. Emotion should be something to do with, sometimes we care so much that we say the wrong thing. Ever hear of putting your foot in your mouth, right? We think in our head, we're saying, I really care for you. I really want the best for you. I want you to be always with no pain and always love in your heart. And what comes out of our mouth is sometimes a little bit jagged and a little bit opposite. You should do this. I told you to do that. I told you so. And unfortunately, that's not what we're meaning to say, but it comes out that way. So a lot of times this is telling me there's emotions involved in something like that, and we just have to take a step back. What's the most important thing? I would guess it's connection with your daughter. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. I will take and stab in the dark. Let me know. I'm probably 99.9% right here. You're older than she is.
Yes.
Okay. So The old saying goes, the elders know best, right? And sometimes we do. Sometimes we do. Sometimes we have to make things happen, Emperor card, right side up. Emperor card means the Fibonacci spiral. We have to take authority. And sometimes authority means we retreat. That doesn't mean that we're weak. It doesn't mean that we're a loser. It doesn't mean that for some reason I don't know best and I'm letting her win. What you're doing is you're actually controlling the battlefield or the love field in this regard. And by doing that, saying, I'll be the better one. I'll take the high road. Hey, come here. I'm so sorry. I don't know what I was saying. I didn't mean it that way. I love you to death. Let's hug this out. What do you need from me? You know, I'm always here. And guess what? Sometimes they actually understand what you meant and they forgive you. And sometimes it's up to them. It's their past due. They may or may not, but that's something that's human nature you can't control. But in this regard, taking charge as the emperor means you're purposely knowing emotions are high. I might have said things wrong. I meant it correctly. She might have meant it correctly, but I'm the bigger one here. I'm the elder. I know best, or at least I know best in this regard. And by this way, I will ask for forgiveness. I know 100% I am not wrong, but I'm going to be the higher road just to save this family, just to save this relationship, just to add that bond and make it closer. And I'll tell you, it's not easy, but it usually works. And if you do that often enough, you won't feel like you're diminishing yourself. You will actually understand the idea of what love is. It means giving, giving, giving. And by giving, that's how you get in return.
Uh-huh.
It's a suggestion.
Right.
Has she still in contact with you? Is everything still kind of glazed over?
Yeah, it's kind of,
Is this recent?
coming for
Is this something recent?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So that's why, again, that's the connection. That's the site. That's the picking up the phone. So again, if it's worrying you, be the bigger woman. Go to her and say, "Hey, I love you. I use the I'm old card. I don't care. I do it to my kids. I'm old. Dad doesn't know any better. What it is, what it is. It doesn't mean that I believe it. I won't admit it to him, but it's to make peace. It's to make sure your time is very limited here. And though I believe in another side and my half of my side of what I've actually occurred and connected with, I know my loved ones are around. I know my mom still connects with me. I know my family's there. This is where you need to do it. This is where you build the love. This is where you make the connections. It's all during this time. So make it last, because tomorrow anything can happen. Literally anything can happen. And that connection is going to be harder to make than just calling her up and saying, "Hey, I'm sorry. I love you."
Uh-huh. Okay.
Going to try it?
Oh, I'll try it. No, definitely.
It's not, I'll warn you, it's not easy being an emperor. To make the good calls, it's not an easy thing to do. But I will tell you this, it usually comes back tenfold when it works. Very much so.
Mm-hmm.
I have a little bit left. I didn't really want to force this on you. Is there something else you want to add to that? Is there something you want to ask about that? Or do you want me to see?
Well, can I, my son is older and he has autism and he's going through a lot of health problems. I don't know.
Yeah, the ace, I've got another potential Ace of Wands. That's energy. I'll tell you this, Ace of, when it's the flower, the dragonfly and the flower, and it's reversed, means there's an energy flow issue. One thing I've learned about autism, you said it's health as well, correct?
Yes.
Health affecting them. Okay. Autism that I'm learning is not a handicap in itself. There's things there that we have that I wouldn't even say make us special, but there is something there that leads me to believe that it's more normal than we think, right? or it's at least it's normal nowadays. But this coming up with an energy thing is telling me that the physical part of that, or the energy flow, means, and I don't like to say this because I'm not a doctor, but there's an energy flow issue, meaning there probably is something there that you should continue to look into that has nothing to do with the autism.
Yeah.
So if that's something you're pursuing, you're doing correctly as a mom. Continue to do that.
Yes, we
show
are.
your love. Yes. Separate that from the autism, that this is something else specifically, and look into that and make sure that at least you're getting some other doctor's opinion of what this is, because this is something that I'm feeling is completely separate, and it'll also
from the autism. Right.
Go ahead.
Yes, it's separate from the autism. I was just explaining that why I was so involved is, he has autism, and yes, he's going through some major health challenges right now.
Yes, and I'll tell you what, the king here of wands, this is him growing up. It almost looks like a empty head, or let's just say a different head. Its space is different, and the teeth are very gnawing. There's a lot of lashing out. There's going to be a lot of lashing out, more so with this medical condition that may look like it's tied again, and it might be a little bit painful for him as far as dealing with it. So again, go back to what I told you earlier about the love covers all. I think same as with your daughter, make sure you're covering, showing him that you're there for him, whatever that respect is. If it's touch, if it's just being with his favorite activities, if it's just being around and doing whatever he likes to do, it will be comforting for him, because it's going to be very stressful for him. And there will be a little bit of lashing out. So make sure that you stay with him during this, is all I know.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Yes, you take care. Thanks, Elizabeth.
Yeah, thanks.
Well, 30 minutes goes by fast, right? I'm glad you had me. I'd like to be back. Can I come back next week? How about I try to come back next week? You can see me at sototarot.com. That shows all my social media, but I'm a Facebook guy. I'm back on Facebook. A lot of that stuff is on there. I sometimes did TikToks and things of that sort, but TikToks and things are all weird right now. So you want to talk and chat? Friend me. Say hi. I do free readings. Even though I book readings, I do little free one little card readings, and you'd be surprised what one card will open up a conversation for, and will help you see things that you haven't seen before. Again, it's that connection. I see someone in a grocery store, they look like they're sad. I say, hey, how are you? You look sad. And they go, hey, no one's talked to me for a while. I'm so glad you talked to me. Divine timing. Were we connected? Did you have a feel to do it? That's how we are. We're human nature, as we want to connect to us and in each other. We all have this ability. Some of us work with it a little more than others, and some of us still are stuck in that. I just don't want to be around anybody, in the Walmart phase, right? I just want to go in, get in, go home, and be done with it. I don't want to connect to anyone. So again, see me at sototarot.com, or see me at Facebook as Sototarot, SOTOTAROT 6 on Facebook. Everybody have a good night, and thanks for seeing me around the world.
listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for the Mini Medium with Stephanie Cowan. Live from TarotWithSteph.net. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is the Mini Media on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi guys, welcome. Happy Wednesday, happy hump day, happy almost full pink moon day. Pink's one of my favorite colors. This is one of my favorite moons, but I am your mini medium on the A1R Psychic Radio and the beautiful Moonstruck TV on this beautiful Wednesday here in Utah. The weather is just gorgeous, and I don't know about you guys, but I am so ready for the summer here. So even just spring. How's that? Just spring, just some spring weather. So just sitting outside and soaking up all of that beautiful vitamin D, it's wonderful. So spirits are much better today, and life has been great. So I hope it's been the same for you all. Just some fun things I kind of wanted to share with you guys. So last week, I had the most amazing opportunity to go to see Teresa Caputo, the live experience. So, if you don't know who Teresa Caputo is, she's the Long Island medium. And I've been told that I channel a lot like Teresa Caputo, which is huge compliment. But anyhow, so it was just a great time and just an amazing experience. And so I just wanted to kind of give that shout out. And I wished I could have met her. Oh my gosh, I tried. I was manifesting it. But, I think there was about 2,300 people that were there at the Abravanel Hall, which is here in Salt Lake. But it was fun. And, but I missed everybody too. I had a lot of things I had to kind of, maneuver around. And, it's the joy of being busy. It's something that I constantly feel my life is it's constantly busy, but I love it. I love it. So it's definitely a blessing. But anyhow, so yeah, lots of fun things that have been happening and coming up. I just want to give this shout out really quick. And then of course we'll get into doing some readings, but and we'll also talk about what this full moon on Saturday is about, huh? I am going to be doing, speaking of Saturday, I'm going to be doing this beautiful cacao offering ceremony with a friend that I just met. We're kindred spirits. We just met each other. We meshed really well. She is a shamanic practitioner. So she is going to be facilitating the cacao. And if you've never experienced a cacao ceremony or a cacao offering, I absolutely suggest that you do that, just because it's just very, for one, it's very spiritual, but it also is something that helps open up that beautiful heart chakra. And as we do this event, we're going to be in this beautiful sacred teepee that she has up in the mountains here in Utah. And I'll be connecting through my mediumship and doing readings for the small intimate group we have. So just some fun things I wanted to, let everybody know we're coming, and give a shout out to Ash. Her name is Ashley, but she goes by Ash. And so just so many, I can't even tell you, just so many goosebumps, and the experience that we're going to have Saturday is going to be incredible because, ironically, and I always say there's no such thing as coincidences, but maybe coincidentally, but not such coincidentally, the universe has aligned us so beautifully in the synchronicity that Saturday is the full pink moon. And this moon is really about cleansing. This is about that karmic lesson type of energy. So it's releasing and letting go of the things that have not been serving you, or the people in your life that you feel that it's time to, cut them out of your life, the energy out of your life. You love them, you want them to be in your life, but you can't absorb that, the toxic energy or the negative energy. So lots and lots of relationship changes, love changes, emotional, shifts, if you will. So it's going to be a very exhausting full moon, but very cleansing. So I hope you all get a chance to go out Saturday and absorb all that beautiful, it's not literally pink, but this is the pink moon, and it is smaller. It's a full moon, but it's smaller, but it carries a lot of energy. I would say it's kind of like me, like the mini medium, right? Small but mighty. So anyhow, I just kind of wanted to share that with you guys. And then I also have another couple events coming, and I'll share that next week on my show here. But let's get to the affirmation for the week. And then I can't wait to get to my first caller. So the affirmation, now the number 33 has been coming up today. So, and I love my double numbers, right? Or triples, 111, 222, 1111, very common. But the number 33 has been very strong. So how I connect with this, 33 will be the age of 33, March 3rd. This can also be, in a sense, this sometimes, I always say the spirit guides and spirit love to mess with me and love to do a little bit of math. And so this would even be the number 9, being that 3 times 3 is 9. So there's some funny kind of ways that this happens. But 33 is such a very, I don't know if you guys ever see 333, which for whatever reason today has been that. So we'll kind of see if that number, resonates with any of my callers tonight, or somehow it's really going to, it's just going to make sense. It always does. So, but with that said, I pulled the number 33 card, and the 33 card, this is the affirmation for everybody, says, the more I trust in life, the better things turn out. So the more I trust in life, the better things turn out. And I really, gosh, you guys, I always say this everywhere, I know, but every week, but I really do need, I needed to hear this. It resonates with me. I just need to trust that everything's happening for a reason. It's all divine timing. And even though things aren't so wonderful at times, but I trust that everything's happening the way the universe or God or whoever you feel your maker is doing. So, the more I trust in life, the better things turn out, right? I kind of think that applies in many people's lives. If we just not force things, or if we try to avoid things in our life, just let things come, life seems to be a little bit more harmonious, maybe, right? There's probably people out there going, yeah, sure, Steph, sure. But anyhow, I'm just sending you lots of good energy during this full moon. But I am super excited. I've been having lots of energy coming in. So let's go ahead and we're going to take our first caller. And this gal, I believe, is from Texas. And I missed the name. My apologies. Are you there? Hi, Angela. This is the mini medium. How are you?
Hi, I'm well, I think.
I'm right there with you, my friend. I always say some days it just depends, right? It just depends.
Yeah,
well, I'm
definitely
super excited to meet you tonight. And how can I help you?
Well, I would like an overall reading, kind of just my main concerns are my finances and my love life. It is a mess. I don't know why I keep attracting this emotionally unavailable man. That's how I'm going to put
it. Okay. Well, let me see what I am ultimately drawn to first here. and we'll go with that, being that we're kind of limited on our time. But let me see if I'm more drawn to finances or love, unless you have one that you would prefer over the other. You let me know.
My love life.
Love life? Okay, hun. Okay. All right. So I pulled a couple cards here for you, just to see how maybe they will, in a sense, mesh with some of the things I've already been getting. So now you pulled, I'm going to show on camera here so those who are watching live can see. Both cards I pulled for you, my friend, are upside down. They're both reversed. Now, when they come out of the deck that way, this is really, in a sense, connecting with or validating the shadow work. So it's the things that you're working on, or those things you know you need to work on, to just try to be the best version of you. So you've got a lot of self-reflection going on right now, my friend. Does that make sense at the moment?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So let me show the cards and then I'll get into the love life part. So the first card you pulled is this 10 of Cups card. Now, like I said, that card came out of the deck upside down. Then your second card, you pulled this Page of Cups card. And now that card also came out of the deck reversed. So as I see the cards, now if you kind of visually look at a cup, when a cup is upside down, it means one of two things. Either the cup is ready to be filled, so we're ready to turn this cup up and fill this cup up with however we want to define it, or it means the cup has been either intentionally or unintentionally turned upside down to where you're saying, no more, I'm done. Which you are in that moment right now, my friend, of where you just said, attracting the, emotionally unavailable, or just even all unavailable, period. There's just such a feeling of so many karmic lessons, as I call them, in your path when it comes to love. Here's what I am excited about, though. So, and I'm very honest. I always say I don't sugarcoat things. I'm going to tell you exactly as I see them. And I'm going to tell you here, within, let's see, we're in April. So I'm going to tell you in about the next 6 months. So I'm going right about fall time, September, October. These cups, my friend, that need to be filled are about ready to be filled. Who do you connect with? Who has a birthday right around that September, October time, or a celebration?
In October, somebody that I was dealing with about 3 months ago, it started really, really good. He was super excited about me. I could tell, like, it was great in the beginning.
Yeah.
And then things just went crazy, and he turned out to be a little bit of a narcissist. Anyway, his birthday's in October.
Gotcha. Okay. All right, hon. So now I'll tell you, so right about, and we're going to put you right about the September, October time again, but it's not necessarily a person that, is born in that time, not your Scorpios, as I see those, or even not the Libras. But just the timing feels to, the timing feels to where your emotional, your love cup, if you will, kind of cheesy, but it really does fill up. Now, I don't feel it's this guy that, we're speaking of, by the way. I just want to make sure and emphasize that.
Okay.
But there is a sense of between now and then, so let's say the next 5-ish months. I really would love to see you, filling up your cups per se. And I do feel there's a sense you've got to be going on some vacation, a girls' trip. There just seems to be a sense of release of some of this negative energy. Do you have something planned this summer or coming here in the next few months?
We are trying to plan a family vacation, just my daughters and I. Hopefully in August. Yeah.
Yeah, I love it. Okay, please, my friend, please get this figured out, make it happen. I mean, I truly feel you're going to. I see it coming. If you're having any doubts, even I know financially, trips can be kind of, financially binding, but look at it as a financial investment to yourself, because I feel like this needs to happen in order for the next door to open for you, which that next door that opens is finding your person. I also want to tell you, girl, you've got to stop bringing the exes back in your life. There seems to be repetitive people. Now, whether you're intentionally doing this or not, if you have these men coming into your life or these past relationships, please just look at them as a chapter in your big old novel of life, and you're done with them. Okay, we're done. We're moving forward. Does that make sense?
Yes, I don't intend on going back with anybody that I've dated in the past.
Good. I love that. Yeah, it's just, they're right. They're just not, they were chapters in your big old novel of life, right? So it's one of those things where, thank you, but like they say, thank you next, I'm moving on. I will tell you too, really quickly. Well, let me ask you, earlier I was asking about this number 33 that kept coming up today. Do you connect with that number? So March 3rd, the age of 33, even the number 9, which would be September the 9th of the month. Do you resonate with that?
Not really. No, it's not right off the back of my head right now. Yeah.
Okay, that's okay, hon. No, these numbers will come up very often, and then they'll connect with, one of my callers, or if it does connect, just keep it in mind, because like sometimes it'll, the light bulb goes off later. So just think about, oh nope, I'm told March. How do you connect with March? Birthday in March, death month is being in March. Years ago.
My parents' birthday, both of them are in March, but other than that.
Okay. So both of your parents are born in March?
Yes.
Okay. And are they both still here in the physical, or have they passed?
Yes. They're here.
Okay. Okay. Beautiful. Okay. Well, I feel like, because I'm getting the 2 3s and we're connecting with both parents, both in the March, the 3, there definitely is a beautiful soul on the other side that I feel is wanting to validate the family bond, I guess is the best way I can put this, that they wish would stay there, that they wish was still there, but very much how proud that this person is that has crossed over, of you staying connected to mom and dad. Does that make sense, my friend? I know it's kind of a little, a lot, but that's the best way I'm interpreting this. Are you close with mom and dad?
I am.
Okay. Well, I feel like there's even a sense of where family values come into, even when you find your person, that whoever, by the way, I feel this is mom's mom. So is your grandma's mom?
I'm sorry?
Mother passed, your grandmother?
Oh. Are you asking me if she passed?
Yes.
Yes. I'm sorry. I lost you for a second. Yes, my grandmother, both my grandmothers have passed.
Okay, my friend. I think we've got both of your grandmothers coming through, and this is sometimes what happens when my mediumship kicks in. But I want you to know, regardless if it's mom's mom or dad's mom, both of them come in. They show me the birthdays in March, so mom and dad both in March. But there's also a sense of you remembering who you are and where you came from when you connect with finding your person. Okay? I know that sounds kind of strange, but that's the feeling they're giving me.
Okay.
This is what happens. What happens when mediumship kicks in and grandparents come in from out of nowhere, and they just want you to know that they are, with you, supporting you. But just want to make sure that whatever person you find in the future in a relationship sense, that they both want you to remember, okay, it was kind of like, what would grandma be okay with, right? Would grandma be okay with this person? That's the feeling they're giving me. So maybe keep that in mind, as you connect with your person, okay?
Okay. Do you see anybody coming in the future? Do you see any? I mean, I just don't even think at this point. I am 44, going on 45, and I just feel like it's crazy out there.
Yeah,
I've been connected
I completely understand. No, yeah. I just, I'm going to tell you, that's the timing that I feel coming. So right about that September, October, that's the timing I feel of you starting to find somebody that you connect better with. Okay.
Okay. Can you tell me anything about the person I am currently in connection with?
I would love to, my friend, but I have another caller waiting. But you know what?
Okay.
Do this.
Okay.
If you go on my website, mini-medium.com, and message me, remind me who you are, and I would love to continue a couple things about the person you're with now, more kind of in a private sense. Okay, I would love to do that for you.
What's your website again?
It's mini-medium.com.
Mini, M-I-N-I.
Yep, mini, and then the little dash medium.com.
Okay. I will get on it a little bit later on and message you. Thank you.
Okay. Sounds good, Angela. You're welcome, hon. Have a good night.
You do as well.
All right.
Bye.
All right. Thank you. Bye, hon. All right, guys. I think we've got time. I know I have another caller waiting. So, and this, I believe, is Kelly from Virginia. Hi, Kelly. This is Mini Medium.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm good. Thank you so much for the call.
Yes, of course. How can I help you tonight, my friend?
Kind of the same situation with her, just always had bad relationships and a lot of loss.
Okay.
Or to finally find my person.
Right. Okay. Seems to be the theme lately. It's been interesting just in my own private readings, where, and as I mentioned earlier, the beginning of my show, that right now we're in this, we're starting this energy of the full moon, and this full moon that we're experiencing coming on Saturday is the full moon in Libra. And this is really a sense of relationships and love. And, it doesn't have to be love. It can just be family connections are really seeing a lot of struggles. And, people are questioning their past decisions. So, and they're, these karmic lessons are coming back around and kind of biting us in the butt right now. So, so if you've been feeling that energy, my friend, you're in the same boat as I am and others. Well, let me pull some cards here for you. Let's see if we can get some kind of direction. I know we probably got about 4 minutes ish. So let me see what I can pull in this time. Let's see here. Now, I don't know if you heard me mentioning, but the number 33 has been coming up pretty significant today. So do you connect with the month of March, the third of a month, as being a significant, death time, birth time?
Well, my stepdaughter's birthday is in March.
Okay. And she's still living. She's here in the physical. She has not passed, correct?
No, ma'am. Now, there could have been a few relatives that, there is a few that I don't know for sure their birthday.
Okay, sure. Okay. No worries, my friend. Okay. I just want to make sure that I don't miss that message for you. So, but just looking at, a couple cards I pulled for you and just a feeling of, what direction in love life. And this is so interesting. I'm going to show the cards on the camera. Both of yours came out upside down too. So both of them are connecting with the things from your past that you've got to let go of so you can move forward to find your person. So it's releasing, the crap per se that has just been, toxic energy, past toxic relationships. So, and you're working on it. I can feel it. So the first card you pulled, now this card, when I showed on camera, it looks brutal, but it's this Three of Swords card. And as it comes out reversed, and it shows these hearts that are heartstrings being pulled all these different ways. It really is about having kind of this imaginary sword, and you've been fighting and defending and protecting. So I really,
yes, ma'am.
Go ahead, hon. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I did have one significant death. I'm sorry. On March 2nd, it was my beautiful disabled cat. I don't know if that has anything to do with it.
Absolutely can. Oh my gosh, absolutely. And this was your cat, you had said? Is that right? You had said your fur baby? Did I understand that right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Oh, I love I will connect with your fur babies, my friend. And I think it's interesting that you just gave me chills. So even how this is meshing, right? Yeah, this is meshing with even trying to find love. And, I always say we don't deserve our fur babies because they're just pure love, and unconditional.
Yeah.
And wouldn't it be
They're better than a lot of people, unfortunately.
That's what I was just going to say.
Sorry.
No, that's what I was going to say. No, you're good. I that's exactly my thoughts, my friend. So, if anything, the validation that, your sweet fur baby, just as I'm feeling those messages coming in, as maybe, I don't think it sounds weird to you. Maybe some find it weird, but I say, ask for their love and protection because they're always there. It doesn't matter. Soul is the soul. But even just connecting with you, I know we've got like a minute and a half. Let me get this all in 90 seconds. The biggest thing I feel for you, my friend, coming here in about June, so right in the summer, keep your mind open to a connection that you wouldn't normally think of having, okay? So it's like, we kind of have our type, think outside that box, okay?
Yep.
All right, my friend.
Yes,
gosh,
ma'am.
I know I need to wrap up, but I hope this helped you and how sweet your little fur baby came through. And I hope that this gave you some, excitement for the future, but also some comfort as well, okay?
Definitely. Thank you so much.
Okay. You're so welcome, my friend. You have a beautiful night. Thanks for calling.
Thank you. Have a blessed night. Thank you.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for White Table Tarot with Crystal. Live from whitetabletarot.com.
Hello, everyone. I am absolutely delighted to be here during another glorious evening with you all. I am Crystal. I'm a spiritual healer and life coach with as well. If at times your mind feels like it's running, right? It's time to actually get into your body, all right? You want to experience a physiological change, all right? You want to experience this release and the healing that comes with that. And you want to move forward, okay, with the energy of the Chariot. This is a very steadfast, no nonsense, straight to business kind of an energy, okay? This is what you need to embody to be able to move forward. We're going to pull some additional cards. Oh, this is beautiful. There's a confirmation here of the Six of Wands. This is victory, okay? This is being in a very empowered state. If you see the imagery here, there's this lady, she's standing out with her arms facing, upward into the sky. She's reaching out. She's got this laurel wreath here. All of the imagery is resounding victory, okay? And the number 6 itself, okay? It's the number of harmony, okay? It's a number of peace, all right? So this is an emotional piece. This is also a piece with the individuals that you allow to remain in your sphere, okay? You want to give yourself a pat on the back, all right? Because it's difficult to do that. It's difficult to acknowledge oneself at times. But you want to do that for all of the successes that you're going to be experiencing. Do not cut yourself off from that energy. That is a type of receiving, okay? I also pulled here the 10 of Swords. So this very much, again, could be feeling like a bit of night, a dark night of the soul, so to speak, okay? But with the 10 of Swords, I want to point out a couple of things. Again, with the number 10 being the end of a cycle. The Knight of Swords may include betrayal. It may include the worst of the worst, okay? And it could also include a lot of like the upset on the mental level that comes with experiencing some of these things, okay? So something might be keeping you up at night. Something might be stressing, you're kind of in that energy, in that vibe, okay? But the 10 of Swords those are the darkest hours before the dawn. You're coming out of this, all right? Again, with the 6 of Wands here, you can expect to come out of this, but it does require some action on your part. And rather, I'd say even a little quickly, okay? You don't want to dwell on these things that have been difficult for you to either speak out on or to take action on. I see the 6 of Cups here and it's in reverse. So there might be a lot of kind of reminiscing, a lot of thinking to the past, thinking to better days, and I just want to warn you that if you focus on the past, okay, we can't live in the past. That can cause a lot of upset. It can cause depression. On the flip side, we cannot live in the future either, because that can cause us anxiety and a lot of concern and fear around a future that isn't known, right? But I want to offer you a different perspective, okay? The future is also full of endless, infinite possibility. And this is what we need to focus on. And how do we get there? We get there by focusing on today, by living in the present. The only guarantee that we have with time is that as long as we are living in the moment, second by second, we have the guarantee that we will move forward. Okay? So just keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. Ground yourself, because again, with that 10 of Swords, this is a lot of mental energy. You're in your head. Okay? And probably trying to analyze and figure out what's going on emotionally. And that's normal. We're humans. But you need to ground yourself. Okay? In fact, in the traditional imagery of this card, those 10 swords are or they're actually, some of them are in someone's back, but some of them are in the ground. Okay, so again, it's about grounding ourselves and getting out of that mental energy. All right, I also see, just want to pull a couple more cards here for you. kind of see a little bit of the same repetitive message with the Seven of Cups. So again, choices, options, you just have to really carefully consider those, okay, and how you're going to move forward.
Okay.
All right, and I reshuffled and the same card pulled again, all right? So you're going to have different options. You just have to think through them, okay, and help yourself achieve that clarity. But with the Three of Cups, seek friends, seek social things, seek individuals, like-minded individuals, okay? Seek a support circle of women, all right? This is something else that you can do, all right? How are you feeling?
All right.
Did you get what you needed for tonight?
Yes, ma'am, I did. Thank you so much.
You are so welcome. Thank you. I appreciate your time and for trusting me with supporting you. Feel free to reach out to me at any time. My socials are White Table Tarot on YouTube and on Facebook. And I'm under Abundant Woman Coach on Instagram and TikTok. Okay?
Okay. All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. You have a good evening. All right, guys, my show is about to wrap up in just under a minute. I encourage all of you to, again, check out my socials, check out my website at whitetabletarot.com. My handles are White Table Tarot on YouTube and Facebook, and Abundant Woman Coach on TikTok and Instagram. I do lives regularly, and I am holding a raffle for a free reading, okay? That includes oracle channel messages, phone readings, and I'm just so excited to connect with you all again. I will see you next week. Blessings.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for Insights with Solaris with Jennifer. Live from Solaris.1. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Insights with Solaris on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Good evening, everyone, or good morning, whenever and wherever you are watching this. I'd like to welcome you back to another episode of Insights with Solaris, where I am your host, Jennifer, a tarot reader for over 10 years. And I also do a variety of multiple other things, but at the end of the day, I simply say I am a channel of spirit, bringing those messages of people who come find me. And if you joined us before, I always start out with a collective reading, or some version of a collective reading. And so I'm going to do one for the general collective over the next 7 days, and this is the energies to expect. Now, the energies are going to be playing into your lives a little bit differently because it is a general reading. So for some people, it may be a work position or a relationship, but the overall energies are going to be very similar. And it seems like over the next 7 days, so from when you're watching this to 7 days from now, there does seem to be a little bit of conflict, possibly a little bit of competition, or just being burdened by other people's drama in a way. So this is kind of a warning of if you can step away and not get involved into drama, or say no to extra work if that's what it's doing, take that route, because as of right now, a lot of information may be coming forward that is keeping a bit on edge, everyone else a bit on edge, and just high emotions and a lot of bit of frustration. So just know that that's going through, but that does seem like overall it's going to be an incredible week of spending time with family or friends. Also, digging into those emotions and getting a little bit more happy about your emotional depth. So if those of you who are trying to step foot into a new relationship or a new friendship, or just even swimming classes for somebody, there's somebody who's about to get swimming classes, but overall you're stepping into this very beautiful and just warm energy, especially around family. If you have some type of family gathering within the next 7 days, just be careful of any arguments and that drama coming up. But overall, going to look like a beautiful 7 days. And so we are going to go for our caller tonight, and we have Casey from Ohio. Hello, Casey.
Hi, yes, I'm here.
So what type of questions do you have?
I don't really have a question. I just, like, future, I guess. I don't know what's coming for me.
So what we can do is like a near future, and then we can go a little bit, whether it comes up month by month or within the year. How does that sound?
That's perfect.
Okay, fantastic. Let's see what we have for you in the near future. So it does seem like you're going to be involved with 2 other people, and I do see this as more of related to work. So really being asked to be a team player, but you are thinking about walking away from this situation. So I'm seeing potentially a younger male or 2 females, but it's going to be you and 2 other people. And you're really thinking of walking away, and you may start balancing this situation on what to do next, because you want to be a team player, and I can see that you want to work with other people. But at the same time, you're just like, it's time for me to move on. And that's going to be great, because when you are ready to take that next step to move away from these other 2 people, you are stepping into more of your power, and you're learning more of your own skills. You really are going to be able to put your skill set to the forefront. And because you do that, you're going to have new opportunities come forth with another person. So you're walking away from 2 people to approach one other person. And this person is going to have a lot more energy, I'm seeing. They're going to move a bit quicker, but it is the energy that complements you and will help you grow. And this does seem related more in the career paths rather than anything else. So there's especially a difficult situation coming forward. And it is pointing to you that while it may be a little bit difficult to walk away, it is going to be for your best interest overall. And so let's go a little bit for the next 3 months. What are we seeing? Oh, I love this. Are you currently in a relationship?
No, but I'm kind of getting out of something, but it wasn't like fully a relationship.
Okay. I'm seeing that difficult situation as it's passing, as we're stepping into the summer energy over the next 3 months. I do see you being able to approach love again in a very playful way. I'm not seeing anything quite right now that would be like solidified, be like, hey, we're in a relationship, or I really want a relationship. But you're falling in love back to yourself. I see like this kind of like green dress. I don't know if you like wearing dresses or you like wearing green, but I see a lot of green coming forward. And so that healing of that heart energy, so you can be more playful and just whatever has happened, let it go, because you're allowed to do that. You can be playful and flirty, because as you are building into this kind of maiden energy almost, you are going to be pulling a very stable and reliable man towards your way. So again, not necessarily a man, but a masculine energy that is really going to just help create a great foundation with you, give you so many life experience. So there will be insecurities, but when you meet this person, there's just going to be this undercurrent of, I'm meant to know this person. It may not be forever, but for whatever time you are together, you are meant to be together to learn lessons. And it's okay because things are happening behind the scenes you don't really need to know right now. But during this period over the next 3 months, you are going to be very happy. Abundance is coming your way. I do see a little bit more comforting around the home itself. So if you're thinking about if you can redecorate a little bit or even just open up your windows when it's nice outside, please do so, because that's just going to help bring that energy forward. And let's see what we have for the second half of the year. Oh, okay. We are getting a lot of cards here. So a lot of movement coming forward in the second half of the year. I do see, be very careful about traveling in the second half, especially if you have a black car or golden. No. Watch out for black cars if you see a black and a goldish, or like not type gold, but in between a beige and a gold. I don't even know what that color is. But if you see black, white, and that beige together, slow down. Don't speed. Do not speed in the second half, particularly within the 7th month. That will be July. Really watch. You don't want a speeding ticket or anything like that. But I do see July 19th. You can mark that on your calendar as just the date to watch, because that is going to be a very incredible day for you to understand what you want overall within your family and your emotional state. There's going to be some arguing there potentially, but overall that is going to be a wonderful day for you to really understand how to move forward in all of your goals that you're wanting, or to break out of that stagnation. So the second half of the year, especially with this Chariot card going forward and moving forward quickly, if you enter into any type of business with somebody, or if you're thinking about taking a new course, be very careful and review everyone's motive. There is a big red flag here, and say, hey, not everybody has the same ideal as you. Not everybody wants the same thing as you. So if you're thinking about changing jobs because your friend like, oh, hey, I can get you a job with me, yada, yada, or any situation, review the motives behind it, because they're not being completely upright with you. So use that caution in any type of finances. But overall, as you are stepping into that empathy again, especially the next 3 months, stepping into that empathy, you're going away from that flirty energy to more depth. And that means you're going to have a lot of options, not just in romance or friendships, but finance opportunities as well. They're really coming towards you in the second half of the year, particularly within the 9th month, where you are going to have a little bit more time to spend in luxury. Now, it doesn't seem like you're going to win the lottery or anything like that, but it does seem like you have a lot to be thankful for, a lot to be grateful. And overall, it does seem like there's going to be some money coming towards you. Yeah, because there is an overwhelming theme of the finances and your career weaving together as your personal life kind of unfolds in the background. So I really love seeing that, and because you're becoming more independent as well. And so as you're independent, you're getting your finances together. Overall, it seems like it's going to be an incredible year, just besides a few mishaps. Well, make sure you don't speed in July. And let's see. Oh gosh, I had a thought. Spirit was giving me thought, and just like poof, it went out of the door. Yeah, so stability is coming to you this year. So whatever type of lack of foundation that you currently feel is going to be stable by the end of the year. You are going to receive a lot of masculine help as well. And I do see that reliable potential romantic figure coming forward again. And I'm seeing brown hair, like darker skin, tan skin, not necessarily dark, but definitely earthy skin. And somebody who knows how to be outdoors. Also, I'm seeing a truck, so he could spent a lot of time fixing a truck that he drives, but he refused to say that it's the brand of the car. It's not. Yeah. And plants. If you grow a garden, I'm hearing plant very strong smelling plants around your garden so animals won't eat the vegetables and whatnot. Do you need any clarification on anything, Casey? I know that's a lot in a short amount of time and some of it's vague, so if we can clear anything up, now would be the time.
I don't think so. I think I understood it all.
Fantastic. All right. So let's get any last messages for Casey. Spirit, do you have any last messages? It is okay to rest. You do have a lot going on and you're going to be balancing a lot, especially when you have things going into your career, you having these relationships coming forward. Rest. You don't have to have everything done tomorrow or even this week or this month. It's going to be there whenever you get to it. Be balanced. Know that you're allowed to take a breath. You deserve sleep and self-care. And as long as you do balance, you're going to have a beautiful year. You're going to get over all those burdens as well.
Okay, good.
All right. I hope that sits well with you, Casey. And I would love to hear again from you sometime.
Yeah, thank you so much. That really did help.
All right. I'm glad.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for New York City Celebrity Psychic with Perry Lyons. Perry Lyons. Live from PerryLyons.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is New York City Celebrity Psychic on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, my cherished ducklings. I'm wearing PJ. I always wear PJs in this show. So, hi. Sorry I'm a little late. My eyelashes turned on me. Occasionally, I decide, oh, this is a good day to wear false eyelashes. And then I turn out to be completely and utterly wrong. So I managed to glue my eyes shut. And aside from that, I have like no makeup on except a last minute, like a blue eyeshadow. And I think some Burt's Bees lip gloss, but all is well. But it's been that kind of day. I got off to a late start. Did you have a late start today? I did. I was outside singing to my daffodils and my tulips because it sounds kind of hippy dippy, but the fact is they have now been in full bloom for 2 weeks. And I think it's because I go outside and I sing, "What's it all about, Alfie?" which is my favorite song. Or, something 60s, 70s, or 80s. And then maybe a little NWA just to see if they're listening. But so I completely lost time. Anyway, so I'm going to start from the beginning. Hello, I'm Perry Lyons. This is Moonstruck TV and A1R Radio. I'm so glad you're here. And I can see with my heart's eye. I love that color in you. So we're going to do the weekly tarot psychic weather. And this is how it goes. Now, weekly tarot psychic weather goes like this. It's just like regular weather, except less damaging to crops. And I'm going to pick 3 cards. And everybody in the world is saying this now, but I started this like 5 or 6 years ago when I first started doing this show. What I would say is, even if you're just passing through the room, even if you're seeing this by accident, it applies to you. No, everybody's still in my shtick. Oh well. It's hard to be an outlier ahead of your time. Oh, the humanity. I'm in a very silly mood today. They were sold out of the logs I like at Home Depot, so we don't have a fire, but we do have this incredibly beautiful scarf. Some wonderful friends, triplets, Bielka, Johanna, and Francisco, just sent me for my birthday. Okay, the psychic tarot weather is like this. What we do is we start today, Wednesday. I'll pick a card, 3 cards, so that's every couple of days. Second card is for the weekend. The third card is like Monday through Wednesday, and then we start all over again. It's a never-ending cycle. Definitely silly today. I couldn't sleep last night. So I thought about things. Okay, that was a bad idea. Wow, that's interesting. Wow. Okay. I never picked these beforehand because I feel like cheating. And I'm honest. Honestly, whenever anybody starts out by telling me they're honest when I just meet them, I make sure I know where my wallet is. Because only people who aren't honest tell you they are honest for the first 30 seconds. But you and I have known each other a long time, so I can say I'm honest. I mean, just don't ask me my age or weight. But aside from that, yes. Okay, we're starting out with, it's interesting. The Fool card is not a fool. He's nobody's fool. Well, he's everybody's fool, but he represents like mankind. He is the poor schmuck that all the other cards in the tarot happen to. He's the one taking the journey. That's why his number is 0. And he is, whenever you see the Fool card, it means, expect it or not, you're going to be starting a whole new journey. It's a step up It might be, I don't know, it's usually some sort of pretty big new start. But sometimes it can take you by surprise. But I'll tell you, it's always good, because when you get the Fool card, it means your soul has selected the next part of the journey for you. And our soul is pretty good at that. Except they tend to want to spend too long in the gift shop, but that's just me. Okay. Woo. Second card, really interesting card. So when you get a big opportunity, by the way, I'm an artist and I've been gardening today, so my nails, I'm just going to wear gloves next time. Anyway, this is a fascinating card. It goes with the Fool card, and let me tell you why. Whenever we take a risk and start a whole new adventure, a whole new journey in life, which you're about to do, sometimes we don't want to, even if it's wonderful. Sometimes, even if we do want to, if we make a strong choice on our own behalf, like in our own interest, not for anybody else, but for us, the universe comes back once or twice and says, are you sure? Are you sure you're going to want to do this? And you're supposed to say yes. But this card is a guy who is, there's a once in a lifetime thing happening here. See? He is getting a golden cup handed to him from a cloud. And he's already got 3 golden cups. So he should recognize this opportunity and say, yes, golden cup from hand and cloud. I'm very happy you're here. I'll take that. But instead he's like, it's maybe not the most convenient time. Can you come back next Tuesday around 3? And the golden cup in the hand is like, no. So brief detour, let me illustrate this card for you. A long time ago when I was a personal shopper at the Louis Vuitton flagship store on Fifth Avenue. That was fun. Weird, French, but fun. One day I realized that I had to start doing this for a living. I just did. I couldn't take sales anymore. I couldn't tell people what they wanted to hear. I could only tell the truth, and that's not a good thing in sales. So I quit. And the next day I woke up and I'm like, okay, I'm going to do this. I'm doing this. I'm going to go out and get my office. Just then the phone rang. This is back when there were phones. And somebody on the other end said, "Hello, is Perry there?" And I was like, "C'est moi." That's French for, yeah, it's me, bitch. And she said, I'm calling from the Chanel. I'm not going to do the accent anymore. It's just embarrassing, all of us. She was calling from the Chanel mastership store on 57th Street. She asked if I would like to come in and be their personal shopper. That was a big deal. That's like, if you're a personal shopper in the 90s or thousands or whatever it was, that was like the highest you could get, even better than Vuitton. And I said no. Of course, I still wake up screaming, but it was sort of like when you make a strong decision for your own future and your own dreams, A, do not expect the approval of family and friends, and B, expect the universe to give you a couple pop quizzes. So I didn't take the job. And shortly after that, everything went great. Okay. I really didn't sleep last night, so forgive me. The last one is the Knight of Cups. And even if you think that like you can't meet anybody if you're single or interested, somebody is coming for you. I mean, in a good way. Just more in like a romance novel way than a Dateline episode. Cups are emotions. He's a knight in shining armor. He could also be a girl or a boy or trans or whatever. But this is a person of whatever gender you happen to be attracted to who is thinking about you and probably coming towards you towards the end of the week. Horse is optional. Okay. Woo! That was fun. While we're waiting for the next caller, I want to tell you a brief story. Ruby, what a beautiful name. Wow. Ruby, can you hang out 1 second while I talk about my date with Destiny with Dame Helen Mirren?
Sure.
Thank you. I love that name. You know what? I'll tell that at the end of the show. I like you. Okay, my dear. Where are you calling from?
Texas.
Can you have to speak up a little? Sorry. Let me turn my phone up.
Texas.
Where are you calling?
From Texas.
Texas. Cool. Any particular place in Texas? Or you just wander around? Hello, I'm Ruby. Oh, nice.
Corpus.
Oh, it's such a nice town. I love Texans. Okay.
Yeah.
I like to connect to people through their birthdays. So speaking slowly and clearly, can you tell me when your birthday is?
October 15th, 1985.
Oh, that's a great, October 15th is a great day.
Yeah.
Libra women, you guys tend to be a little more straightforward than people are often prepared for, but I love that. And you usually have a great natural sense of like design in whatever context. 1985, so 1970. Anyway, I'll figure out your Chinese astrological year in a bit. So how can I help you, my darling?
And I was just wondering how things are going to turn out. They're pretty messy.
Oh, do we have a triangle situation here or a quadrangle? Is it your love life that's messy right now? Because it seems like there's at least two other people here, possibly 3 or 12. So, am I on the right track?
Yeah, but
Carolyn,
not
you
really.
there?
I'm not concerned about that. More like just
Okay.
life, you know. Like
Okay. Well, it
financially,
looks like
stuff like that.
you might have been distracted by stuff and kind of took your eye off the ball of your finances and organization, like everybody else in the world, including me. Is that what's worrying you? It just
Kind
feels
of,
like
yeah.
things are a little out of your control right now. So I'm just trying to narrow it down.
Exactly.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So among, even though my dad was Jewish, my mother is Episcopalian, my sister is Muslim, my brother's Catholic, another one's agnostic, I am a Buddhist, among other things. I'm also, Christian and Jewish and stuff. But in the Buddhism I practice, there's a phrase in Japanese, which I've just forgotten, but it means start from here. Because what happens is you have a very delicately, finely wired nervous system, which is a very nice way of saying you're very sensitive, you're very smart, but you get overwhelmed. And boy, do I know that feeling. Are you also a little psychic? It feels like you are. Are you one of us, baby?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought
Kind
so.
of. I think so.
Yeah, you're more of a dream psychic. Wow, I think you might have seen ghosts too, but we'll get back to that. Or not this time. Here's what I'm going to say. I'm actually going to pick some cards, which I almost never do. I like your vibe. Okay. Did you have, maybe not in the immediate past, but did you have like your own business or side hustle or something like that? Or freelance?
Yeah.
Okay. And you weren't very careful about keeping the books. Don't look at me. My business was run for 12 years by things scribbled on cocktail napkins or possibly in Sharpie on the cat. So I'm in no position to judge. But you're either getting audited, and I hope you're not. I don't think you are, but there's like this whole backlog of stuff that you should have done over the past 3 or 4 years. And I'm telling you, only people that we don't actually know in person who might be androids have their financial life together. Anyway, that's what I tell myself because it's comforting. Okay, but it's okay. You can start from here. Do one small thing, like set a timer for 10 minutes, go like sit in front of your computer and do like 10 minutes of look at your finances. Then go downstairs, have a big drink, and then come back again in 45 minutes and do the same thing. What you want to do, as my mom used to say, how do you eat an elephant, darling? One bite at a time. You're going to be okay. Actually, I'm not sure if you filed your taxes yet, but you can get an extension, but you're going to get a pretty big refund this year. I mean, if you ever get it, I mean, God knows what's going on in the IRS right now. But so there's that. You're also, okay. There are a number of places you can go to look for money that's owed you, right? That you might not know about. I tell people about going to their government and listen closely. And if you miss this, come back and listen to it on the YouTube archive, right? Very important.
Mm-hmm.
there's something called unclaimed funds or unclaimed property. I live in New York, so I go to the nystate.gov website. Just go to your state's government website. Go to unclaimed funds. It is free. Type in your name, your parents' name, go to every state you've ever lived. The reason I say this is because I got $16,000 just doing that when I was bored one day and I'm like, nothing's on TV. What's this unclaimed funds thing? Like a month later, it's like, ooh, that's nice. I bought shoes, girl. So do that. There's some money you don't know about. If later on, this information's on my phone, but I'm going to post it on my Facebook page, Perry Lyons on Facebook, PERILYONS. I'll list a few other absolutely legit, like government things where you can just go and see if you have any other unclaimed funds. Because it feels to me like you're going to be given God or the big love or Fred or whatever you want to call it, is going to give you some breathing space. What I would do is not panic. Reach out. You can call your local representative. I couldn't get something done with my health. I called my congresswoman. I called my senator. I called everybody. I called Ryan Gosling, but he didn't answer. He would have been much help, but it would have made me happy. So that's what they're there for, at least for the next few months. Who knows what will happen after that? So is this making sense?
Yeah.
I'm going to assume you said yes. The other thing I'm going to say is you have always been fiercely independent, and good for you. You're strong, you're very smart, but ask for help. I mean, don't ask from people who are just going to make fun of you, but there are people around you. Ask for help. You can get it. People love you, and we want to give our friends the chance to give back to us. It's a gift. Everybody wants to be trusted. Everybody wants to be asked advice from or favors up. Really, honestly. How's your love life? Because now that we've got your financial stuff dealt with, you're probably, I'm not sure if you're working right now, but you're probably, if you're not, or you're at a job that's like you don't like, or you want to leave, or it's not paying enough, big job opportunity is going to roll around like September, October. So you want to make sure that you're set up to take advantage of that opportunity. Any of this making sense? Is this helping?
Yes.
Oh, good. I think the best part of your life is ahead of you. And I know we get to that age, and I said 1985 or something?
Yeah.
Right. When we get to our 40s, we start to think like, I'm not pretty anymore. I'm old. And my beautiful mom, God bless her, used to say, darling, a woman's most beautiful, powerful, charismatic years are between 40 and 70. And she was right. You're just getting out of your jammies and into being a happy, self-expressed, fulfilled grown-up. You're going to like it. And you know what? Nobody really does it earlier than this, even if they tell you they have. They're weird. Probably robots. Okay. Let me just ask my producer, darling, shall I take the next caller? Or okay. Ruby, is that helpful? I'm going to take my next caller, but I want you to be okay, and I know you're going to be okay. There's not a doubt in my mind. Not a doubt. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, sweetheart. Be good. Bless you.
Too.
God, my hands are weird. Okay, I'm sorry. Who's the next caller, Dave? It's not appearing on my screen, and I already like her. Oh, cool name. Where's she calling from? Oh, really? I'll be damned. Hi, Kristen. Perry, how are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. My family had been in Ipswich for about 400, well, not right now, but 400 years. And so much family there. I love Cape Ann. I love Gloucester. Cool.
Yeah.
I mean, then they all died, but it was great until then. how can I help you, my dear? It must be important because you're a Yankee, and Yankees have their heads screwed on really straight. So I actually feel very honored that you called in. That makes me feel like, if a Yankee takes me seriously, I'm happy.
Well, thank you.
Now, how can I help?
Yeah. Well, I know that I'm surrounded by spirit. I would love if you could do any mediumship or tell me who's around me.
Sure.
Or what's in store for me, my future. Or mediumship, I love.
I do too, but then I have to sleep for like 2 days and eat a lot of cookies. But okay.
I'm
First of all,
easy.
tell me your
surrounded.
birthday. I like to connect to people through the birthdays.
5571.
Oh, look at you little Taurus, you. That's the best week of Taurus. That's like my favorite week of the whole year for people.
Cool.
Yeah, my best friends are like May 7th, May 8th. It's just great. So already all good. Now, let me see. Wow, you do have a lot of people. What is this, a revival meeting? Holy mackerel. You're going to pick somebody out that you want to talk to. Huh?
And the way you just said, holy mackerel, that's one of our family sayings.
Oh, okay. It's not something I say very often, so.
Yeah, no, holy mackerel.
Your family's been there, at least half your family's been in that area for quite some time.
Well, yeah, pretty much.
Maybe 100, yeah. Okay, we've got 2 different kinds of people coming through. Wow, you're popular. Also, you have a gift for this. Next
I've been
week,
told that too.
What?
I've been told that.
Yeah.
I've been told
Well,
that I
you know
have a
it
gift.
too. When we get told it, we only remember it because it rings our inner truth bell. It's kind of a pretentious phrase, but you know what I mean. Okay. Is your dad still with us? Or is he the guy I'm seeing in front of me? There's a guy here and a guy there. And then right smack and dab of me, there's a lady. But I think your mother's still here. So I'm not sure it's your mom.
Yep. My mother's still here.
Yeah, I'm sorry, your mother's what?
My mother is still here.
Yeah, thought so. I don't think your dad is he?
Nope.
Yeah, okay. Kind of a ghoulish question, I apologize. What an interesting guy. Very, very unusual to have a man come through first. And I think the woman in front of me is your grandmother, but I'm not sure which side. Let me go to your dad first. Did he have a kind of an old-fashioned, like an English name, 2 syllables? What was his first name?
His first name was Gray. His middle name was Aubrey.
Okay, Aubrey is what I was picking up. Very fine old English name. I don't know why I didn't get Ray, but whatever. And it's interesting. I think he did quite well. I think he was very smart, pretty educated, but for some reason he is showing me himself in like gardening attire, like overalls and I don't know why. Was he like a bank executive who gardened or something? Because he's...
No.
Wow, he was cute when he was young. What? Sorry, go ahead.
He was cute.
Yeah, he was cute. I mean, I'd ask him out if we weren't on different sides of the veil. But he's got great cheekbones. Really nice face shape. Hold on. Aubrey. Funny, he's from an interesting mix of like upper and lower class. I'm not being obnoxious. It's just, I don't know any other way to put it. Like,
okay.
That makes, oh, I got 2 minutes. Okay, what he wants you to do you have 2 brothers?
Yes.
Okay. One of them's in trouble? You're going to have to do something.
Possibly.
Yeah, he's always in trouble. But I come from a family where if you're in trouble, well, not my brother and my sister, but my other 2 brothers, they vanish. But you're not that kind of person. You are a good person.
Thank you.
And it's funny. I don't know if I believe in past lives, but I'm getting a lot of past lives with you. I hope you call back next week. I want to give more time to you. You're fascinating. You've always been good. You're just good. So help your brother out. He's not doing well and he's not talking about it. He is clinically depressed. I'm not sure if he's self-medicating. I wouldn't be surprised. Your other brother's fine. You have a half-sister? Sorry, there's a girl who's kind of coming in and out.
Not that past.
I'm sorry? No, this is just regular.
Nope, I have stepbrothers. I have one sister.
Okay, that's what was confusing me. Okay, blended families drive psychics crazy, but I really like them. Okay. You might want to, I don't think you talk to your sister very often. I feel like your mom.
Nope.
Will you fix that? What?
That's true.
Yeah. Well, you guys, you're at the same time, you're both too different to get along and too similar to get along. However, if we reframe that, we could say you're similar so you understand each other, but you're different enough to make it interesting. I would start reaching out to people. Are your brothers here on the other side?
Here.
Okay, good, because I got all nervous. Yeah, that's what I thought. One of them lives in the Hudson Valley. It feels like New York. No, they're good, but in a weird way.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for Amanda Hall Psychic with Amanda Hall. Live from AmandaHallPsychic.com.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Amanda Hall Psych on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
A1R Psychic Radio here on Moonstruck TV with Amanda Hall Psychic all the way from the Gold Coast. What an exciting week it's been around the world for all those people that are investing in the stock market or maybe not wanting to invest at the moment. The world seems to be in free fall at the moment. And look, I'm not going to go on too much about whether it's right, wrong or indifferent. All I'm going to say to you is maybe this is a precursor to what we can expect with a Pluto in Aquarius. I'm not sure that that's necessarily true, but it sort of seems to be the only logical answer I can put to it at why everything seems to be in such a chaotic turmoil at the moment. And let's hope that things settle down soon. So this week, the Simply Tarot card of the week really sort of reflects this a little bit. It's the Seven of Pentacles. And when I drew that card before the show, I thought this is a very, very apt card for the week around the world where everybody sort of feels a little bit of the work frustrations that are going on at the moment, a little bit of hard work needing to be done at work or a situation in your life. So normally what I would teach my students is when you see this card, it's a time for reassessment. Yes, it looks like, you know, the gentleman there's leaning on the shovel, looking at the work he's got in front of him. And maybe that could be true too, that he is contemplating what his next move is and how to go about it. But quite often we find ourselves in a situation at work where we might be in a little bit of a frustrating situation and we need to sort of stop, look and listen and sort of work out what's the next plan of attack, how we approach things. And sometimes that's even appropriate in the rest of other areas of our lives too, that not everything in our lives always goes smoothly. We have to look, reassess, work out what's the next direction. Can we keep going on this path, or is it time to sort of maybe deviate a little bit, go a little bit of a different direction, modify something? So this is sort of asking you to sort of just stop, take a breath, have a look at what's going on around you, whether it be work-related or whether it's a personal level or something that it needs to be sort of dealt with. Look at whether there's maybe another solution, or do we need to just sort of slow things down a little bit and come back and approach it in a more gentle, more organised fashion. Sometimes I think we get our emotions are in a little bit of a tangle and we sort of get a little bit head up about things. But sometimes by just stopping, going and having a coffee, going for a walk, watching a movie, we come back to it and we look at it through a different set of eyes. And maybe that's what's the message here, is it's asking us to do that, is to reassess everything, and it won't look so insurmountable, because the look he's got on his face there is the fact that this all looks to be very, very difficult. So we're going to move on to the astrology section of the show now. So the sun is still in Aries, and I'm feeling quite buoyant about that. Not that I'm an Aries, but I'm a fire sign. I always like it when the sun's in a fire sign. It sort of gives me loads of energy and optimism for the future. And it is the beginning of the astrological new year for the beginning of the astrology new year. So it's a very, very exciting time where people sort of quite often feel a little bit restless. No matter what your star sign is, you can be feeling a little bit restless at the moment. Sort of, what have I done? We're into April. The year's starting to creep away. What have I achieved? The things that I put on my list at the beginning of the year, the things that I want to achieve as far as my New Year's resolutions or the aims and the goals that I had for this year. So it's a time of a little bit of reassessment there as well. So it's a time that we really need to sort of try and get up off the couch, start to get things moving, even if it's only in our mind, even if they're not ready to be sort of, pull the trigger on it for another 3 or 4 months. Just double check, triple check that everything's on target, everything's where it needs to be, ready for when you are ready to make those sort of changes in your life. So again, happy birthday to all the Aries. I know that they really do say that they don't like their birthdays, but secretly they do. They really enjoy the attention that comes with being an Aries. So really important that you make sure you acknowledge their birthdays as well. So it's very, very important at the moment. So the sun is actually conjunct or holding hands, Chiron, which is not actually a planet. This is where we look for the wounded healer part in the chart, where things that are coming in from a past life that we may need to sort out. So we need to be sort of looking at what it is that needs healing in our lives. So this is predominantly for fire sign people, which is Aries, Leo, Sagittarius, and the opposite sign of Libra. It will wash over the other 8 signs, but not quite as intense as it is for those 4.
Okay.
So if you've got something that needs to be healed from the past, or something that is bothering you, or something that you keep sort of getting strong feelings about, it's asking you to process it, to look at it, to deal with it. And sometimes thoughts come into our minds that we really can't sort of correlate to anything that is, quote, going on in our lives at the moment, but it might be something from the past, or it might be a recurring dream, or it might be something that you don't even understand. Let's try and look for the hidden meaning, or what could this be relating to? And sometimes when we have peculiar dreams of a night, it is sometimes not just our current life that we're living now. Sometimes it's a sneak peek back into one of our past lives, and something that wasn't resolved, some sort of issue or situation or karma that wasn't resolved, that we need to sort of just acknowledge it and just release it in this lifetime. We don't necessarily have to do the lesson all the time. We just have to acknowledge it was there and thank you very much and let it go. So that's really important. So we have Venus, the planet of love and affection, is going retrograde. Now, Venus has been going retrograde for a couple of weeks now. We'll finish up in the next 3 or 4 days. And it's sitting in Pisces. Now, the reason why I'm starting with this without all the other planets that are going to tag along here is that Venus sometimes gets very, very misunderstood when it's going retrograde. It doesn't mean it's the wrong time to start a romance. What it means is make sure that if you're attracting somebody that's completely different from anybody that you've attracted in the past, is this right? Is this what you want? Or are we swinging the pendulum a little bit too far the other way? Just because we've had issues in the past where we've had broken hearts and romances that haven't worked out, it doesn't mean the whole relationship was completely wrong. It's just parts of it didn't either work for you or work for them. It was the wrong timing or whatever the case may be. So we don't necessarily need to swing the pendulum completely the opposite side. We need to find a little bit of balance. And this is why I think here with Venus going retrograde, it's asking us to bring balance in more than ever. You know, if you've met somebody that's completely different or a different culture to what you're used to dating or going out with, then look at the reasons why you've attracted this person. Is this sort of opening up a whole new opportunity for you to get to know, you know, somebody different from a different walk of life or has a different belief system to you or a different religious background, that, you know, you've got an opportunity for learning and you know, encompassing this into your life? Is it just that you're doing it because you made a promise to yourself that you want somebody completely the opposite from your past love? If that's the case, I'm going to say err on the side of caution, because sometimes swinging the pendulum that far is not necessarily the answer either. So Venus is conjunct or holding hand Saturn. Saturn is the planet of discipline, like the father figure in the chart that says, whoa, hang on a minute, slow down. Let's just look at where things are going. Let's just take our time. Let's not be in a hurry. Let's make sure that we're really analysing and looking at the situation and not just going there because somebody says you can't. And sometimes I think we're our own worst enemy in that way. When somebody says, no, you shouldn't do it, we'll say, well, just watch me. I'm going to do it anyway. And, you know, sometimes we can put ourselves into precarious situations and stay there longer than what we should have because we've made such a song and dance about nobody's going to tell me what to do and I'm the boss of my own life. And we all done that at some stage or another. So Saturn here is conjunct or holding hands, which is with the North Node, which is again not a planet. The North Node is showing us the way forward. It's showing us what we're aspiring to achieve, what we're hoping to achieve. And don't forget, Venus was the one that was heading up the train. So it's what we're hoping to achieve on a love front. Now, the North Node is also conjunct Mercury, the planet of communication, which we've got to make sure that our communication, how we talk with people and everything is very, very clear and concise. Isn't it wonderful now that Mercury's gone direct in the last few days and things are starting to get back to normal again? But all these planets that I've been talking about are sitting in Pisces, and, you know, the Pisces energy is lovely. It's, you know, the 12th sign of the zodiac. A lot of people describe it as the dustbin. I don't describe it that way. I describe it as having the power and the wisdom of all the preceding 11 energies before it, all the other zodiac signs before it, that Pisces sort of takes bits and pieces out of everything and makes everything unique and theirs and special and sort of says, well, you know, have you thought about looking at it in quite this way? You know, so there's a lot of wisdom there with Pisces, and it's a very powerful sort of sign, and it always gets a bad rap from a lot of astrologers. But to me, it's one of the most powerful energies there because it does draw on that wisdom of the previous 11 signs. So if you're a Pisces, it's very much that message was directed at you, but also the other water signs, Cancer and Scorpio, the opposite sign of Virgo. Yes, it is washing over the other 8 planets, but it's a lot less. So it doesn't matter what your star sign is. If you're looking for love, go back and listen to what I've just said. This applies to you. Make sure that you're not just doing something to spite someone else or because someone told you shouldn't. Make sure that it fits and it's right for you. And if that means that you're attracting somebody that's completely different from the partners that you've had in the past, then understand why this is. And maybe this is going to be the really greatest fit you've ever had and the greatest love of your life because you've finally understood what your needs are and what you're seeking in a partner, and somebody that can complement you and make you feel whole. And that's what it's all about. So we move on to Neptune's just gone into Aries. Now, this is really, really interesting because Neptune's going to be in Aries for approximately 30 odd years. So we've got a long time to be talking about Neptune in Aries. Now, Neptune rules Pisces, and it's just moved out of Pisces after a very long time being in there. So what does Neptune in Aries mean, or how is it going to affect a lot of us? Now, first of all, it's going to affect the fire signs first and foremost, Aries, Leo, Sagittarius, and the opposite sign of Libra. It will wash over to all the other signs. Now, in my experience as an astrologer, and I've been doing this a very long time, you usually start to find the impact of the energy is right at the beginning or at the very end. It's sort of like, you know, as Neptune's coming into Aries, I've got to make a statement. I've got to come in with a thud. I've got to get your attention. So this is what's going to be going on. So Neptune is very creative, very mystical, sort of, you know, wants everything to be sort of soft and breezy and gentle. Don't underestimate its strength though, but it's asking you to bring out the creative side in you. Now, how is that going to sit comfortably with Aries that wants to get going and get up off the couch and motivate everybody and sort of get everybody moving and whatever? So maybe the role here of Neptune in Aries is going to be is asking us to look for creativity in different ways. Maybe we've got to look for different solutions. Maybe we've got to look at a different different way. It will probably create a little bit of a fog where people don't know what they're doing or how they're thinking or why they're behaving that way, or, I just don't feel right. I don't feel as if I'm in control of my creative energy. For other people, it'll be sort of like somebody's turned the light switch on and everything's very crystal clear. So, and we'll probably all vacillate between both. There won't necessarily be, 3 days in feeling like you've got the lights on and 10 days that you haven't. It'll be it could be an hour by hour or a minute by minute thing. So just, be kind to yourself and work with the energy and sort of start to sort of understand that there may be some creative juices that are going to start bubbling up, and they may be in a very different way, and they may seem as if they've got a selfish hat to them, but maybe this is the way to get the project or the situation off the ground, and then we can start to encompass and bring in other people. So it's a very, very long time that we need to be sort of looking at this and working on how this sort of works. So it's going to be a very, very long time there. And, it's a good thing. It's not a bad thing. So I'm going to say to you sort of, start to enjoy this as Neptune beds into Aries. And I beg your pardon, it's not 30 years, it's 14 years. That, we've got a very, very long time. It might feel like 30 years by the time we're finished in 14 years' time. But it's a time to sort of really embrace what's happening in our lives and work with the energies. Astrology is not something that we should turn around and say, we'll dismiss it because it's not right. We've got to understand how it personally affects us and then apply the information that I share with you each week on, hang on a minute, how does that work for me? How am I feeling? Am I feeling any of this? Am I feeling as if I need to sort of make some adjustments in my life? We've got other planets that I've talked about for weeks and weeks and weeks on the show haven't changed. Taurus, we've still got Uranus sitting in Taurus. We've got Pluto in Aquarius. Things are still moving around the zodiac, and we've still got Jupiter sitting in Gemini. I'm not going to reiterate those this week. If you want to know about that, go back to some of the previous shows. There's plenty of information there about the other planets and where they're sitting. So we're going to take our first caller, which is Tara in St. Paul in Minnesota. Are you there, Tara?
Yes, I am.
Do you have a question I can answer for you, Tara?
Just wondering about a friend of mine that was murdered in 2016.
Right. And what did you want to know about that situation, sweetie?
I don't know, maybe how she really passed away.
Right, okay. Look, they're sort of very delicate sort of issues, Tara, that I normally don't discuss on shows like this because the information that comes out on somebody that's passed away in such tragic circumstances is usually very personal, very private. What I can share with you is, can you just give me her first initial? I don't need her first name, just so I make sure that I've got the right connection here, sweetie. So what was the lady's first initial, please, sweetie? Tara? I'm not sure whether we've still got Tara on the line. Look, I'll go with the information that's being given to me. What I was being given from a connection that I've tuned into is that this lady knew the person that actually took her life, and it was somebody that she trusted. It was somebody that she felt comfortable with. So it wasn't as if it was a sort of a total shock. I don't think that this was the intention of the person that performed the task that took her life, was the intention to take her life. It was, their intention was to more sort of rattle her cage, to unnerve her, to sort of make her sort of feel as if she would bow to what they sort of wanted. Now, they haven't shown me whether it was male or female. I'm assuming by the energy that I'm picking up it was a male. But I felt that there was more than one person here. It was sort of like I've got other people in the background, as if there were 2 or 3 other people there. And I'm not talking about a party. I'm talking about a gathering. It was sort of like, I'm not sure whether this took place prior to her tragic passing or whether it was at the same time, but I'm going with the information that I'm being given. She's telling me that, she didn't fear this person, so it wasn't as if she was in an uncomfortable situation. It was just sort of something got out of control, and that's what sort of happened. And it's hard to sort of see when somebody sort of you care for and you love is taken in such tragic circumstances. Are you with us, Tara? No, I don't seem to have the connection with Tara. So I'm just hoping that, the information that I'm bringing to Tara is going to bring her some sort of relief or some sort of answers to the situation, because it is very, very tragic when somebody passes away, but it's even more tragic when we lose somebody's life through, where their life was taken and cut short by tragic circumstances. But I know, Tara, that your friend is around you. She's smiling. She's sort of saying to me, even though I'm gone, please don't be sad. Please do the things that we love to do in my memory. I'm there with you every step of the way. I see what's going on in your life. And she keeps giving me a big bunch of pink roses to show you how much she loves you. And she hopes that you'll find some sort of peace out of all this. She's found peace out of this. I'm not saying she's happy that she's gone, but she's made peace with it, and she's happy to sort of, to go on and do her job on the other side and sort of help as many people as she can. So I hope that gives you some sort of answers, some sort of clarity to some of the things that may have transpired. But she's telling me that she really didn't know that her time was coming to an end. It was very sudden. It was very quick. She was here 1 minute and gone the next, and she really didn't suffer. And that's the most important message she wants to share with you, Tara, is to sort of try and find some love in your heart again and move on, please. So we're going to talk with Donna on Long Island in New York. Are you there, Donna?
Yes, I am.
Do you have a question I can answer for you, please, Donna?
Nothing specific. I was just wondering, what do you see for me, or who do you see around me?
Okay, sure. I always ask to just make sure that if you've got a specific question, we get to it on the show. Really, really interesting, Donna. The first thing that they're showing me is there's a lot of change coming up. So have you been working towards bringing in some changes for 2025?
Not consciously.
Not consciously. Oh, well, okay, that's good. If you've been doing it unconsciously while you're asleep, then it hasn't been such a hard slog, has it? So that's good. Yeah, but sometimes changes start to sort of ripple through, or I start to pick it up on an energetic level, and sometimes even before we're even consciously aware of it ourselves, because it's the universe's way of sort of, winding the motor up, of getting everything into gear, like slowly but surely we're turning everything over and everything's starting to get lubricated and we're getting ready. So I feel from about the end of this month, you're going to slowly start to see some very simple changes in your life. And they may be things that you almost say, well, is that really a change, or is that just, oh, well, it's nice that that's happened? You know what I mean? That things are sort of becoming a little bit easier. It's interesting because even though you say that you haven't been consciously working on this, they're showing me of a night when you're sleeping, they're doing an awful lot of work on you. Have you been waking up some mornings feeling exhausted?
Yeah, I'm not in it yet.
That's fine.
No.
Yeah, I mean, you wake up in the morning and you think, my God, I feel like I've run a marathon. I've been asleep for 10 hours. And that's what they've been doing. They've actually been working on you during the night. So don't look at that as, that you've done something wrong. It's just that, there will be times where you will wake up like that. And there'll be other days you'll wake up full of energy and think, wow, this is great. I've got so much energy. I can achieve this, this, and this, and this today. Make sure you pace yourself with that too. Would it be fair to say that you've been making some changes around where you're living? And I'm not necessarily saying, ripping down walls, but have you done a few little things like bought a new couch or put a new set of curtains up or something to make the place more your own?
We're working on the garden.
Right, okay. Because they're showing me everything starting to look really beautiful, like you're standing back and admiring things. So obviously if you're working on the garden, you must be happy with the inside then, are you?
Yeah. Well, I have orchids that are blooming, so I'm like looking at that a lot, admiring it,
Yeah, well, that's good. Why not stand there and admire them? I mean, they're not out for very long. So, you want to make the most of it and enjoy things. They're just sort of showing me that everything in your life is starting to come together. Like things are starting to bloom, things are starting to happen, and they may be subtle. And take the time and enjoy your orchids and stand back and admire them and, let your heart flutter and think, gee, they look beautiful today. I'm so pleased I've got them, because I think we get so busy in our lives, we forget to stop and enjoy those pleasurable little moments that mightn't mean anything to anybody else, but they're worth more than money can can say in your world, there's something that you're really sort of getting some joy out of. The other thing that they were showing me, and I normally don't talk about health because there's so many different rules around the world, but they were showing me on an energetic level, whatever it is that you're doing, Donna, keep it up, because you're actually more in tune with your body than you've ever been. So I'm taking from that you made some conscious decisions to make some changes in your life to sort of hopefully improve how you were feeling physically. Is that what you did?
Not necessarily, but I'm just wondering, actually I have a question, it's kind of related, is that I go out a lot to like jams, musical jams, just going, dancing, enjoying the music. So, that could be the energy that I'm like, unconscious exercise, I guess you'd say, But lately I've been getting up and singing myself. And I'm just wondering, is that something I should pursue?
Absolutely. I think you actually should, because I feel that everything in your life is coming together now. You know what I mean? If you do things that feel automatically right to you, then it can only get better.
Yeah. Well, I'm just wondering if it's something I should put my energy into it, or is it just something I should enjoy whenever?
No, I think you should put your energy into it. I think that's really good because, it comes back to those changes that I was talking about at the beginning. It's like the universe is guiding you. You might have started going out because you enjoyed the music and you had such a good time, so you went again. And then, from that has led to this. And now you've got an opportunity to get up and sing, which you enjoy doing. And then, that could lead on to something more substantial. It might not take over the day job, but it's something that you love to do. And if you happen to get paid for it, well, that's a bonus, it's great. And it's those sort of things that we do that transpire over into our emotional and our physical well-being because we're doing something that we love. It's something that's like topping up our batteries all the time. And I think, life gets so busy that we forget to do the simple things in life, the things that make us smile. And they're the greatest healer of all. I mean, if you can stop and look and listen at those sort of moments and allow yourself to do something that you love, it radiates through you. It's a good thing. It's not a bad thing. So, I feel really excited for you. I think, your life is turning around. It's good. It's going into a direction that you didn't necessarily plan, but it's like, wow, isn't this lovely? I get the opportunity to make other people feel great. If people are enjoying what you're performing, then, you're sharing your love and your energy with them, and then they go away and become a little bit more motivated, and that's a good thing. We could do with a little bit more positivity in the world at the moment. Everybody sort of focuses so much on the negative things that we forget to stop and sort of enjoy these little moments, these little nuggets in our lives that really do fill our soul up. And to me, there wasn't any sort of great money pressure around you. It was sort of like everything in your life was floating along quite nicely. But if we can give you more on a soul level where you're sort of really feeling fulfilled, then that's a good thing too, because then that transpires into other areas of your life. And, they were showing me from about the end of June, it's like your home is going to be filled with people. It's sort of people coming to stay, people coming for a visit, people coming over for dinner. It's sort of like this constant movement of people coming. So I hope you're ready for that, sort of, all these visitors that are arriving one after the other. But that's a good sign too, that everything in your life is in balance, that, you're happy to welcome people into your home, you're happy to have somebody come over and have a meal or, come over and have a cup of coffee, because everything's so pleasant in your life at the moment, but it's good. So I just sort of feel that, as the year goes by, you're going to look back and think, gee, I look younger in the mirror than I did 6 months ago. And that's because you're following your heart. You're following what is right for you. It doesn't necessarily mean we're going to go back and make you 20 again, but, you just look in the mirror and you can see that you're glowing, that, you're in tune with everything that is meant to be for you. So I hope that's helped you, Donna.
Yes. One more question. There's this word that just keeps coming up, the word nature. And every time I hear it, it's said 3 times.
Yeah, but I think that's just asking you to acknowledge that. You're out in nature, you're looking at your orchids, you're just being being a creature of nature. You're going wherever the energy is pulling you, and that's perfect. So I think you're doing very, very well. Anyway, that's where we're going to leave, Donna. We've come to the end of the show. The show goes very quickly every week, as I say each week. This week I want to leave you with a song that I tripped across by accident the other day, and it was sort of one of my favourite songs back in the 80s. I know that's showing my age. And it's a beautiful ballad, and the original people that sang it were the Righteous Brothers, but I actually prefer this version, and it's called You've Lost That Loving Feeling by an English singer called Long John Baldry and Kathy McDonald. And the rendition of this song and the two of them doing this duo is absolutely mind-blowing. It sends tingles down my spine even after all this time. I'm not sure whether it was a hit in the US, but it certainly was here in Australia. Got to number 2 back in the early 80s. And it's a song that sort of, I think, you know, really sort of embodies the emotion of a relationship coming to an end, where, you know, that person has lost that look in their eyes, that beautiful, loving feeling that they always had for us once upon a time, and now it's sort of gone. So I'll leave you with that song. And he is Long John Baldry. Apparently he was 6'7" in height, so he's very, very tall, and she was quite tiny when you see the film clip of the two of them together. But a beautiful rendition of a very, very powerful love song. So until next week, enjoy your week. Enjoy what life has got to offer, and get out in nature and just have some fun. So until next week, bye for now.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Mystic Medicine with Dr. Nikisha Faye. Live from drnikki.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Mystic Medicine on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everybody. I hope you are having a wonderful week so far. Dr. Nikisha Faye here, mystic mentor, wisdom teacher, intuitive guide, divine light channel. So I was sitting with my beautiful guides just before, reflecting on, what we'd like to share about today. And, given that, if not all of you, perhaps, that have come to this transmission who engage with this group are interested in intuition. And, intuition is really fascinating in that we all have it. And there can be this misnomer that we're not gifted, we can't do it. But the truth is that it is our innate ability. It is something that is within all of us because it is us. And a lot of the self-doubts, what I call faulty programming that we acquire through our lives about being separate to our higher self, being separate to our inner world simply isn't true. We are already our higher self. And it's creating the conditions to attune to that deeper layer of ourselves that allows us to connect with intuitive information. And so I'm often asked, how do you do it? And there's to create the conditions to come into alignment so that we can attune to the information is like tuning a radio. We need to have the dial on the right frequency to pick up the wavelength that we're plugging into. And so how we affect our frequency is by what we think and feel. Like, it's pretty much that simple. How we think and feel creates our frequency. And because we're not taught to be self-aware, because we're not taught to even acknowledge our emotions, that a lot of the time our subconscious has its way with us. Like, we believe that we're all the problems that we have. We believe that we're not capable. We believe we're not lovable. All of the different untruths that can be stuck in our subconscious is what creates the dulled frequency. And all of these heavier type of what I call densities, or slower vibrating thought forms, lower frequency information, is what keeps us separate from our beautiful higher self and higher frequency information. It's not that it's not there, and it's not that we can't connect in with it, because it is already us. It's just we get so much stuck in this and don't even realize we're stuck in this, because it becomes what we're used to. It's often how we've grown up and how our family grew up, and our family's family grew up, and our family's family grew up with, particular beliefs about all of those things that aren't in alignment with who we truly be as our, higher self-beingness. And so as we allow ourselves to meet the thoughts and beliefs that make us feel bad, it's not hard to identify when, we're not feeling good, what's making us not feel good, but not looking outside of us, like what within us is not making us feel good, that we can start to, unpack some of those layers and, identify where they're not true, they're not benefiting us. Like, they are a truth in a way that it's a way that we've been living maybe all of our lives, all of our ancestors' lives, but it's not the truth. It's not the ultimate truth that you are your higher self as well. You're not stuck in all of this milieu of problems. They might be there, but this is also here. But we're not taught about this. We're not taught about the freedom and how we can untangle ourselves from this reality by allowing this reality to come more into being. And so breathing into that, And just noticing how that feels for you. And noticing if there is any resistance or any, tension around that at all, where you might feel that in your body. And as you breathe into it, asking what it's here to share with you. What is it here to share with you to help you create change? That's why we have these beliefs that then create the scenarios. It's not actually the other way around. We often think that it's the situations that create how we feel. But what ultimately begins the story is how we feel that then creates the outside world. There's a lot of more and more information coming out about the laws of energy and how energy works. And energy literally magnetizes itself. And so when we are in situations that we may not be happy with, that aren't really a match to our beautiful higher self beingness or our beautiful heart and soul's desires, we have the opportunity to create change around that. And how the reason that energy magnetizes itself is to show us what's actually happening. And so when we're feeling, bad about something on the inside, we attract those situations to us, not to make us suffer, but to help us create change. And unfortunately, we're just not taught that. And, so these things that come into our lives that are seemingly problematic, and whilst they feel really, really intense and terrible while it's happening, there's a gift in that for us to create change, for us to be able to shift the internal world so that the external shifts. And this is just how energy operates. It's the laws of the universe, and unfortunately we're never told that. I'm going to go to a beautiful caller in a moment, but I really felt that if you are interested in learning more about the laws of the universe or hearing more and having a beautiful embodying process, I am running a circle group on this Saturday coming up for the new moon, solar eclipse energy as well. And we're going to firstly share a transmission about the laws of energy to really support you to find liberation more easily. Because the main problem is that we just don't know this stuff. And, once we know, we can then become empowered to create our lives differently. And so if you're interested in joining me in Circle, it's a live circle. There'll be a recording afterwards as well. Just reach out. I can send you some more information about that. Or if you pop on my website and you scroll down to the bottom, I always have the upcoming events and things like that. And so I'd love to connect with you in person one day if that's something that resonates with you. So we have Dee here. Dee from Brooklyn, New York. Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Lovely to have you here, joining us here.
Yeah, I'm here.
What would you like to bring forward today? Did you have something particularly?
General, what this my boyfriend's getting on my nerves. He keep nagging me for money and stuff, but he have a drug habit.
Yeah.
He called me this morning about money. I'm gonna regret it. I don't know what he mean by that. And it's really stressing me out because I've been working and then I quit. And it's like you got me underneath him, but I can't. It's too much stress. So I'm trying to pull away for a while.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm just going to take a moment just to tune in to your energy and just see what would like to come forward.
Okay.
And so what I'm sensing is there's a whole lot of distortion, or there's a whole lot of disharmony in the energy around you. And usually when I see that in the energy around, it's energy that's stuck in the nervous system. So it's stuck creating stress. But what it feels like is it's a lot of other people's stuff.
Yeah, it is. But it's more him, my uncle, my sister. It's my daughter,
and so it feels like
it's too much.
Yeah, that's what it feels like. It feels like all of this energy of everybody else's that you're carrying. It's almost like your beautiful, kind heart is there supporting people around you, but at the same time, you're taking on their energy or taking on their problems.
They burden, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and so what happens when that happens is all of your nervous system is getting so filled up with everybody else's stuff that it's making it difficult for you to not be stressed. Even when things might not be stressy, you're actually carrying this remnants of everybody else's stress. And so what's really important for you is to take some time for yourself.
That's what I'm doing. I've been staying away for a while from my boyfriend. I took like almost 3 weeks away from him because he keeps manipulating me and not says, you don't love me, knowing I do love him. He's accusing me of cheating. He's accusing me when he wants money, I supposed to give it to him. No, that's not how that works.
Yeah, definitely. And, all of this energy that you're holding of other people's, I'm going to share a really beautiful process with you that you can use to help to clear your energy field. Does that sound good?
Yeah, that sounds good.
Right. So what you might do is imagine that you're somewhere in nature. Do you have a favorite place that you like to go?
I like to go around water.
The water?
Yeah, the water or park, something like that. I like water. I have to go to Roseland Island where the water at, but the other,
Yeah. So what we'll do is we're going to go on a little journey.
Okay.
And so I'll get for you to imagine that you're walking on a pathway.
Mm-hmm.
Are you able to see a pathway or be aware that there's a pathway?
Mm-hmm.
So as you walk along the pathway, notice it winding.
Mm-hmm.
And it starts to make its way down towards the beach, a beautiful ocean. And on the side of the ocean, there's a beautiful grove of trees. And as you start to walk over towards the trees, there's one of them that has a beautiful grassy knoll just right at its base, the perfect place for you to sit and lean your back up against the tree. Are you able to connect with that?
I used to do that too. I used to do that in the summertime.
Yeah, definitely. And if you can get outside, you can do this outside as well, if you can get in nature. But if you can't, it's good you can just imagine it as well because it works the same. And so as you imagine you're resting your back up against the tree, just becoming aware of your energy field. See if you can notice where your energy field is sitting around your body. It might be close or far out.
Now my headache went away.
Yeah, so imagining that field and then imagining the outside rim of that field. We call that the etheric rim. And from that rim, now imagining cords coming out of that rim and going down into the earth, right into the light in the center of the earth. Are you able to connect with that? And so what these etheric cords are doing is acting like a little vacuum. And they're gently drawing that energy, all of that energy in your energy field that's not yours. And as you breathe and relax, just relaxing, feeling the earth beneath you, and feeling that beautiful tree supporting you. And those etheric cords are clearing the energy, and just clearing all of that energy that's not yours. And recognizing that it's not yours to carry either. And as you anchor and soften a little more into the beautiful grass and that tree that's holding you, how does that feel for you?
Oh, good.
Yeah. And just simply, can you even soften a little more, feeling that energy of support, feeling that tree really holding you, and the earth holding you, that beautiful soft grass. And all of that energy just falling away out of your energy field, going down into the earth to be shifted back to light. You're doing really well. Just taking a few more breaths here. Just let the tears flow. It's beautiful. We're just letting go of all of the old, all of that stuff that it's not serving you.
Right. I've been crying lately too.
Yeah. Yeah, it's good. It's good. It's good. Just allowing it all to fall away.
Yeah, and I have a purple candle, lavender candle right here in the middle of my floor. I'm believing in candles and praying.
Yeah. Yeah, it's beautiful. So all this the stuff that's other people's, it's not yours. And as you allow all
I
that
had this since I was 13.
Yeah. You just allow all of that to fall away. And as it falls away, it allows more space for your true being to be present. The truth of who you are. I'll get you to come into your heart space. And as you imagine you're breathing in and out through your heart space, are you able to connect with that?
Yes.
And as you continue to breathe in and out of your heart space, it's bringing your awareness right into the very, very center of your heart. And seeing a beautiful candle in there. Beautiful candle.
The purple one, right in the middle of my floor. Yeah, I light it every night, and I blow it out after 12.
Yeah, just imagining that beautiful candlelight glowing deep within you.
And it smells good.
And as you breathe into it, it becomes brighter and more vibrant. And it's activating that remembering.
Yeah.
Your light. That you're this beautiful light. This is the real you, this beautiful light.
Mm. And I'm lighting it every day. No dark marks. It's nothing but clear, the glass.
Yeah. And just keep breathing into your beautiful light and welcoming it forward.
Okay. Oh, it's moving.
Yeah.
I'm like somebody blown into it. What's going on?
Yeah. And you just, as you keep breathing into it, it's growing and expanding.
It looks like getting higher.
See if you can get that to fill all of your heart space with this beautiful light.
Mm-hmm.
And this beautiful light is you. Allowing yourself to receive that. That remembering that this is the real you.
Okay. My favorite color is purple. My candle is always got to be purple.
Yeah, it's beautiful. It's a very high frequency color.
Mm-hmm.
So we might weave some of that in. So as you imagine your light just weaving a beautiful purple spiral through the light in your heart space.
Mm-hmm.
And this purple light is bringing with it insight, the power of insight for you. So you can connect in with your heart and know what's right for you and what isn't.
All right.
And as you breathe into that, allow yourself to receive that from your inner wisdom, your deepest truth, that knowing of what's right for you and what isn't.
Mm-hmm.
And just breathing that in as deeply as you can. And so this practice is one that you can use as often as you like. Just take yourself to a tree or imagine you're at a tree. Really sit at the tree, resting back. Allow all of the other people's stuff to leave down the etheric cords just to clear your energy field first. And then come into your beautiful heart space. Connect with your light. Bring your light forward. Weave the purple energy into your beautiful heart space. And as you sit in that energy, you can connect with your highest self wisdom. And so whenever you're unsure of what to do, sit with your highest self and you will know. Just breathing into that. How's that feeling for you?
I feel great. Because I usually
play with the sparkles. More sparkles. That's it. Sit with the sparkles. So what we're going to do is we're just going to pull up your etheric cords. We've got like 60 seconds before I have to go. We're getting booted off. But you just pull up those etheric cords. Thank the beautiful tree. Thank your beautiful self. Thank the beautiful ocean that's just over the edge. And then walking back along the path. And then walking all the way back into the seat where you are, wherever you're seated in the now. And as you take your time and bringing any gentle movements back, as you bring yourself back into the moment, bring your beautiful light woven with the purple with you, because you can invoke it whenever you like for you to hold that and know your truth.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for Welcome Your Woo with Psychic Sarah Jane. Live from SarahJanePatton.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Welcome Your Woo on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Episode of Welcome Your Woo with Psychic Sarah Jane. I'm super excited to be here today. Oh my goodness, here we are, like midway through April. How is that even possible? You guys, this is a very exciting time of the year for me. I get super excited when we move into this like spring energy where we're starting to see all the trees bloom. All the flowers are popping up. If you have tulips around you, perhaps you're seeing them. Maybe cherry blossom trees. The dogwoods around here in Missouri definitely blooming. So red buds as well. So check them out. But you guys, let's just talk about this for a minute. Let's talk about this energy that we've been in. You know, we had the spring equinox a couple of weeks ago. And I have been showing up for the last couple of weeks talking to you guys specifically about, you know, planting our seeds, that this is more of like the cosmic new year as we enter into this time of spring, as we've just come out of the winter, you know, the womb, the darkness. All of the light is now coming in to spread our seeds that we're planting so we can manifest and harvest these things in the fall. But when we think about this energy and we think about what we want to create in our lives, this is the time to start being clear on our vision. So we've been talking the last couple of weeks about like the things that we were letting go of. And if you were in any of the energy of the full moon over the weekend, this was a good time to purge and let go. Maybe the spring cleaning, getting rid of those clothes that don't fit anymore, cleaning the inbox out. Perhaps it's letting go of some relationships as well. But we let go of all those things so that we have that fertile soil, so it's ready and it's been tilled and it's ready to have those seeds planted. And now we plant those seeds. So it's time to plant them. And that's the energy we're moving into now. We've been preparing the garden and now it's ready for those seeds to be planted. And so what do you want to put in your garden? What do you want to create? And that's the energy that I'm coming in to today with, is asking, what is your vision? What do you want to do for the rest of this year? What do you want to create in your life? And so this is the time to start writing out your intentions. And the thing that I like to tell everyone, the key to manifesting is not just setting the intention, but then taking inspired action followed by that intention. So what do you want to create? And then what action will you take to support your desire to create that? So the universe acknowledges your energy and motion when it sees that you have the intention, and then you say, I'm going to take this step as my inspired action, and then you actually do it. It's an activator to your manifestation. You're activating and signaling to the universe that your desire is truly there, and you're taking the action towards having it. This is where we let go of the how. We don't have to know the how. Even if the step we're taking doesn't make sense to the desired outcome, the universe doesn't know the difference. It just sees that you're in motion. It sees that you are doing something to support creating that manifestation and bringing that desire into your reality. So this is where your imagination is key. I talk about this all the time, how important it is to use your imagination when you want to create the life that you want. That's how we are deliberate creators, is by using your imagination as one of the strongest tools in your toolbox to support what your vision looks like. So can you go into your mind? I like to do this, you guys, I do it daily, just part of my self-care practice. I sit daily for 8 minutes with my eyes closed, envisioning my dreams, imagining what they look like. imagining myself taking the inspired action towards them, imagining the energy and the emotion that I will experience when it happens as if it's already happened. Imagine it like it's a movie screen playing out and it's already played out. So I love talking about all things manifestation, how to bring those things into your reality, how to bring the deepest desires of your life. Did you know that your desires, the rockets of desire that you receive come from spirit? Like, we receive those rockets of desire because there is some type of connection and knowing from our higher self to our human self that knows that that's something that we are capable of, that we would enjoy having, that the experience of the journey to get there will be something that we're meant to have. So they're not just random desires or random thoughts. They're rockets of desires because they're meant for you to have them and experience the joy and the journey as they manifest. So let's just pull some cards really quick for the collective before we take some calls. And just see what the cards have to say in regards to kind of the information that I've just been channeling here today around your vision. And I like to create a vision board, but I'm very intentional with it. I do it a little differently than a lot of people. I will be doing this over in my private membership, so definitely want to check out the spaces where you can catch me in doing this. But I like to create the vision board, but I do it a little bit differently by setting intentions clearly before we actually start putting and placing things. And I'm clear about our categories. I'm clear about the inspired action we'll take when we follow it up. I actually will make a border around the board so that it is an actual container. So you definitely want to come check me out and how I create the vision board. But let's just see what the cards have to say for the collective based on what I have just shared with you guys. All right. Okay, so the first card we have is freedom. Live wild and free, choose your freedom, claim your independence. We get to do that through deliberate creation. When we are intentional with what we're bringing into our lives, that is where we get to experience the most freedom. The freedom will just be a part of the process because we stop trying to, what I like to call, micromanage the universe or manipulate the universe, or we're not manifesting out of a state of lack or fear or scarcity. Those are not sustainable. We want to manifest from a state of joy, fun, pleasure, play, and curiosity. The next card we have is leadership. Step into your leadership, share your message, inspire and empower others. This is all about leading ourselves first. We have to lead ourselves first before we can lead others. Okay, so in what ways do you need to start leading yourself? And how can you begin really focusing on the things and the steps that you need to take towards your desired outcomes, your dreams, the things that you want? Next we have the nature card, which is so important right now. You guys have been talking about how important it is to ground our energy, but it says ground yourself, find a sanctuary in nature, connect with the elements. And this is a reminder that as we are manifesting, as we are planting those seeds, as we are, thinking about that soil, it is the fertile ground that we are also grounding into that energy, right? We're connected to all of it. So don't forget to make sure that you're just really grounding into your energy, using your daily practices for your spiritual hygiene to just be that clear path so you can be a clear channel, be a clear knowing for the things that are coming through. And then we have the goddess card, which is just really fun because I have been talking about how this is my goddess era and I've been having so much fun being in the energy of my goddess era. And I want to welcome everyone into this space because it's really fun to honor your divine feminine energy, see your inner beauty, and love every part of you. We have to romance ourselves. So when you're thinking of your vision and you're thinking about what you want to create, in what ways are you thinking of yourself first? Like, what can you create for yourself? What self-care practices do you need to do so that you can be in that goddess energy? When you're in your goddess feminine energy, that is when you will manifest with joy and ease and through flow. So great cards to kind of wrap up, just the vision that we have for this next coming months ahead. What do we want to create over the rest of spring and summer? What do we want to harvest in the fall? What do we want to manifest and bring to fruition? So this is your life and you get to do it. So let's just go ahead and jump right on into taking our first caller today. It looks like we have Alyssa in Brooklyn, New York, joining us today.
Hi, how are you?
I'm great. How are you, Alyssa? Thanks for joining us.
I'm fine. Thank you for asking.
So I am just doing some general card pulls over our vision and what we want to manifest in the coming months. I'm happy to do that for you. Or if you have a specific question and you would like to ask, I'm happy to tap into that as well.
I guess let's see what the general pool has.
Okay. All right. We'll see what the messages are for you. I'm just shuffling the deck because that was taking a sec.
Okay.
We're waiting for cards to come out. Okay. So the first card you have is the anger card. It says, safely express your anger, use anger as a positive force, honor all of your emotions as sacred. So I don't know if there's been underlying anger or perhaps there might be something on the horizon where this may be showing up, but it's just a reminder that anger is not wrong. Anger is just an indicator of an underlying emotion. It's there to show us that there's something else that needs to be discovered or looked at. And I always talk about how we have been taught and programmed to not really express our anger in a sacred way. So I talk about sacred rage frequently and how we can actually go express that in a way that allows us to get it out, because really it's just our emotion that's pent up and it needs to be released. So I always say that our emotions are energy in motion. And the anger is just needing to be acknowledged so it can discover what's under it and be released. So if there's a way that you can express your anger, if you have it coming up, or if there is something coming down the pipelines where it shows up, it's just a reminder that it's not wrong to feel it, and just allow yourself to express it in a way that doesn't hurt yourself or others, is what I always tell people. Okay. The next card you have is partnership. It says teamwork will give you better results. Find trustworthy people to partner with. Build up a talented support team. So I do feel like partnership is important for you right now, because the next card you have is friendship. So this is just letting me know partnership, friendship is really important for you, especially it will be for this summertime, the months that you're moving into. I don't know if you're going through some shifts or changes, Alyssa, but your friends and your support team will be very supportive to you as you move through whatever obstacles or challenges that you're going to face or are facing. Are you currently in some type of shift or change?
I don't believe so. No, I'm just ending off the school year is all.
Yep. So definitely be mindful of just the people coming into your places, making sure that they are the ones that you feel aligned with, ones that you want to grow and expand with. Some people are here for a season and some people are here for a lifetime. So just a reminder that not everyone will grow with you.
Right. Definitely. I took that into consideration.
Yes. So I am going to pull just a couple more cards here. If you have any questions along the way, feel free to ask.
Okay.
I'm just shuffling the deck.
Okay.
You got the abundance card. Enjoy the bounty of life. Your supply is unlimited. Blessings are coming to you. The reminder that I'm getting with this card is the abundance is available to you. Just remember to make sure your mindset stays aligned with your desires and what you want to bring in and create in your life. Because to receive the abundance, the mindset has to be aligned with believing that it's coming and that it's there and available to you.
Okay.
Just shuffling. And you got the delight card. It says, count your blessings and enjoy life. Take pleasure in the simple things. Always expect the best. This going back to the mindset as well. So to think is to create. So if you have thoughts that aren't really aligning with what you desire, it's just a reminder that if you want to experience the delight and you want to have all that pleasure and the fun, then expect that good things are going to happen. If we expect that that things aren't going to work out for us, then that's the energy that we will create around it, and that's what we will experience. So if you're wanting to have more favorable outcomes, then just it's a reminder to create your desires, your expectations, believing that everything will work out and it's always going to be landing in your favor.
Okay, that definitely makes sense.
Do you have any questions you want to ask?
I don't believe so. I don't have any questions that come to mind at the moment.
Alrighty. Well, thank you so much for calling in today, Alyssa. And I look forward to connecting with you again soon. Definitely come check me out in my Facebook group. Welcome Your Woo with Psychic Sarah Jane.
Okay, thank you. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
You too. Bye-bye. And next up, we have Lynn in Orlando, Florida.
Good afternoon.
Hi, Lynn. How are you doing?
Oh, I'm doing good today. Thank you for asking.
I'm glad you're doing good. So I am just doing some general pulls today. We're kind of talking about vision, the things that we are wanting to create, the seeds that we're planting. I'm happy to pull just general based on that. Or if you have specific questions you'd like to ask, we can dive into that as well.
I have one specific question for sure.
Okay.
I have a legal case at an employer and wanting to see if that is going to come to fruition here very soon.
Okay. So before I pull any cards, the first thing I'm feeling is that I do feel like it's going to work out in your favor, but it feels like it may not work out in the timeline that you're hoping for. Let's see. Do you have an attachment to the outcome?
Yeah.
Yep. So that's the first thing I'll recommend is releasing your attachment to the outcome of how it will play out. Because when we get too attached to how we think it's going to play out, hold on, your card fell on the floor to pick it up. When we get too attached to the outcome, we can really set ourselves up for some disappointment. And so there is a call for you to like release your attachment to that outcome. Like I said, I am feeling like it's going to work out in your favor, but I'm seeing that it may not play out in the same timeline that you're hoping for. And it also just like what I'm seeing, like the vision that I'm getting is like a chessboard. So it depends on what moves certain people make is what I'm being told. Does that make sense or resonate with you in any way?
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Mm-hmm.
Does the chessboard resonate?
Yes, it does. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I kind of felt that when I said it.
There's many players. There's many players involved. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that makes sense then. The card that flew out while I was just shuffling and talking to you is the Priestess card, and it says, how are you being called to step up and lead? So perhaps is there an opportunity or is there a space for you where you are kind of speaking your voice and your truth in what's happening?
That will be coming up in the next few weeks, yes.
Okay, so this is just like, I think that's the important piece. Here's what I would do. This is what I'm being kind of guided to recommend for you to do, Lynn. I would imagine yourself, like play this out in your mind. Imagine yourself going in there and saying the things that you need to say and imagine it playing out in the way that you want it to play out, but also at the same time releasing the attachment to that outcome. Does that make sense? But kind of rehearsing in your mind how you're going to show up and the things you're going to say and what you need to speak about. Because I'm hearing like you're dropping some truth bombs. Is that true?
Yes.
Yep. Your spirit team is super proud of you though for this. Like, I don't know if this was like something that took a lot of courage to speak up about, but there is this acknowledgement from your team of like just your courage to show up and your courage to speak. I'm seeing the scales, the justice scales. So I'm not sure if that's what you're attempting to accomplish here, but I am seeing like justice being served.
Good. Thank you. I'm pretty sure it would happen. I just wasn't sure. I'm ready for it to be over. Yes. And to move on.
Yep. So you also have the Unbound card. It says releasing soul patterns, contracts, and past lives. So I would do a cord cutting for this. I'm not sure if you're familiar with that or not, but like just any energetic connections or cords that you have to the case, to anyone involved with it, to the experience, this life, past lives, like just really cutting the cords to any of those attachments that could be there?
I definitely will do that because I do understand that because they've been pulling on me for a long time and I'm very sensitive. So I'm like, that's why I'm looking it over with.
So I was just getting ready to tell you the next thing was to like really focus on your protection and protecting your energy, and the protection card flew out of the deck. So you have so just some double validation here, and it just says call back your power, cut the cords, soul retrieval.
Okay, that's very good, very good.
So I just like to call those like when spirit be spiriting moments, right? Because it's just validating. I literally just said cut the cords, and the card says cut the cords. But it's more than just cutting the cards too. Protecting, grounding your energy prior to walking into the space, even when you're thinking about it, just so you're not absorbing anything that's not yours.
Right.
That's just something to be mindful about. Let me just pull some more cards. We have some more time, so we can keep going if you're good with that.
Okay.
Let's see here. You have the Lumeria card, creating heaven on earth. It's happening. So this is about being a deliberate creator. For you specifically in this circumstance, I would say it is about, creating the desired outcome in your mind, but then releasing the attachment to it. Just validating that.
Okay. All right.
More validation. And then you also got the leap card. So you go first, the universe will catch you. So you got this is what I'm being told. You got this. What other questions do you have today?
Right after this, is there going to be a new career change, or do I start my own business? Or
so before I've even shuffled, like just intuitively what I have coming through is this isn't for you to actually answer to me, but the inquiry and the question is, what makes your heart pitter patter? And follow that. Like coming out of the head space and sinking into your heart space. Does that resonate at all?
Most assuredly, yes.
Let's see here. I'm pull some cards. Passion. So that's about really what I'm just talking about. It's validating what I'm saying. Like, what's your heart feeling? Like, what do you feel called to? What makes your heart pitter patter? I believe is what I asked you. And this says, do what excites you, get fired up about your life, increase your energy levels. So I would say that as far as a new career or doing something different, do the thing that lights you up. Do the thing that makes your heart pitter patter, the thing that is work that doesn't feel like work, right?
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Have you been thinking about starting your own business?
I've had my own business in the past and then worked for a company, and now I'm getting ready to do another business. Yes.
So the next card you have is intention. Be clear and decisive. Focus on what you really want. Be bold with your request to the universe. So I'm being told that like you can manifest easily, and if you're clear in your intentions and you take the inspired action behind it, you'll have no problems creating what you desire to have.
Okay, thank you.
I am feeling like you were meant to be your own boss is what I'm being told.
Yes.
So you have the goddess card as well. Honor your divine feminine energy. See your inner beauty. Love every part of you. So I would say approach this. How long ago did you have the last business?
It's been 2 years ago. I did it for 30 years, but it was 2 years ago I closed it.
I'm just being told you're entering into a different level of goddess energy this time, so it's going to be very different. So just have fun, allow yourself to be playful, approach it with a sense of wonder, that curiosity. The more that you can do that, the more successful and lucrative the business is going to be for you.
Okay.
Really play is what I'm being told, Lynn. Like, can you just really come out and play? Your inner child wants to play.
It needs to, yes. Mm-hmm.
Yes. Yeah, let her come out and have some fun. Because if you just start really like playing and getting in, like even just moving your body, doing some dance, some creative experiences, you're going to just open up to some downloads and visions of what you want to create. And if you really just be in that energy of play, success is inevitable.
Okay.
Your cards really want to go on the ground today. Hold on one second. I gotta grab it. It's the dance card.
Okay.
I just said that.
In other words.
Yeah. So it says dance. Move your body to music. Dance with the rhythm of life. Manifest your dreams through dance. I literally just said those things to you.
Yes, you did. Yes. So loosen up. Mm-hmm.
I call that when spirit be spiriting, because the cards do not lie. They never lie, and they will validate us. Like they will validate what we're saying. Yes. So the last card you have here is, let's see, you've got polarity. It says integrate your shadow side. There can be no light without dark. Understand the law of polarity. So this just is a reminder that the contrast is always going to show up. The contrast is there to show us what we want versus what we don't want, right? And so, so it's just there to notice. And even I would say with the past business, like think about the things, make even a list of like what worked, what didn't work last time, so that you kind of know going into it this next time, the things that you want to take with you into the new space and the things that you don't want to take. I'm just being told it's not going to matter what you do, Lynn. Success is inevitable as long as you come from that playfulness and that fun and that dance and movement and just letting it come out. I'm going to pull from another deck just to see what the last few messages are for you. Okay, so you have take a break, a life's work, not a season, get off the treadmill. So this is just reminding you, like, if you want different results, then do something different. So we have to get off the treadmill, or I always say get off the hamster wheel, right? We're just going over and over and over again, expecting a different result. So do something different, change that energy up. It goes back to that movement and moving the body and dancing as well. Because when you move your body in a sense of like just turning some music on and energetically saying, I'm just going to move the energy, you'll be surprised to see what comes through or the experiences that you'll have as far as like ideas or divine downloads when you move the energy.
Okay.
The next card you have is Warrior Woman. Have you answered your deepest calling? So that's just a question too, like really like for you to go inward and say, what are you being called to? It goes back to that, what makes your heart pitter patter. And then the last card you have here to close this out is Sisterhood of the Rose, Beauty and Devotion, Priestess, Mystic, and Teacher. You are a leader of other leaders, and showing up in your true authentic self is what will attract other people to you as well as to your business. So just keep showing up and being the teacher that you are for others, just in how you show up in the world.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Lynn.
Okay, I have one question. What was your name?
Sarah Jane. So we are
Sarah
just about to close out. Yep. You can find me on Facebook, Sarah Jane Patton.
Okay. Thank you.
Lynn.
Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Bye.
Have a good day. Bye.
All right, you guys, thank you so much for being here for this episode of Welcome Your Woo with Psychic Sarah Jane. I look forward to seeing you again next week. Until then, bye for now. Mwah.
to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. And now, Reverend Elliot's Magical Window with Reverend Elliot. Live from magic-works.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Reverend Elliot's Magical Window on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Greetings, fellow seekers of truth, wisdom, and light. This is Reverend Elliot, your friendly neighborhood esoteric practitioner, coming to you live from the very chilly city of New York, where we get together every Wednesday at 11 Eastern, 10 Central, 9 Mountain, and 8 Pacific to spend an hour looking through the magical window of the tarot. I missed the show last week. I feel like I should tell you why, tell you what happened. I went to El Salvador. No, actually, I didn't go to El Salvador. Yeah. What happened was, as some of you may know, because I think I've talked about this, I have a thing I use for pain control. It's a patch, and it's a very minor pain control patch. It's not a big, heavy-duty thing, but it's a narcotic patch. And last month, for March, the manufacturer didn't have the prescription strength I usually use. And I use a very weak one. And the only thing they had was stronger, was twice as strong. So I spent last month kind of in a fog because I was really doped up. But this month, April, I got the right prescription. And it was great. I went back on that. But what I didn't expect is why I couldn't do the show. What happened was, it hit me with withdrawal because I was now back to half the amount. And it was just like all those cheesy 1950s movies, The Man with the Golden Arm and all of that stuff. I went into classic narcotic withdrawal, and you didn't want to see that. Trust me, you didn't want to see that. So I did that in the privacy of my own home. And now everything is adjusted and balanced, and I'm back, and I'm ready to look through the tarot cards for you. I've got a lot of exciting new stuff happening. I've got a new newsletter, should be coming out in a day or so. Now, that's kind of odd to say it should be, because I'm the one doing it, and if I don't know, who does? But yes, it's a very special one because it's got a free, interesting little gift inside. So if you're not on my subscribers list, drop me a line at asktarot@earthlink.net. And you can also find it at the website, which is magic-works.com, magic-works.com. And it's easy to get my little newsletter. It's just a single sheet, double-sided. You can print it out, fold it over, and there you got a genuine, actual newsletter, which pretty much just talks about me. But I usually have things in there like little religious themed jokes, har, 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 right? It's just, I think I got one. I think the first one I did was one of my favorites, about a lawyer who died and he goes to heaven. And he dropped dead at his desk at 45 years old from overwork. And he ends up in heaven, and they're all cheering and blowing the horns and saying, we've been waiting for you, we've been waiting for you. The one man on earth to live longer than Methuselah. And he says, what are you talking about? I died at 45. He says, no, our records show that you were 11,000 years old. He says, what do you mean 11,000? I was 45 years old. And St. Peter then looks at the books and said, I'm giving you the short version, of course. We all know that one person who makes a joke go on forever, right? So anyway, he says, no, I didn't live to be 11,000. And St. Peter says, I see the mistake. We just added up all the hours you billed your clients. And I think that was the first one I did some years back when I started the newsletter. And I'll pay for that one day, probably. I'll pay for that. But here it is. Well, I'm married to a lawyer, so what the heck, right? I think I'm allowed. So here we are. We're going to be, let's see, I've got new developments coming up with my shaving soap, which, as you can probably see, I should have used, but I didn't. I got a little scruffy today, but it's been a long day. And I've got some announcements there, and I'm not going to call it new and improved. Let me put it that way. It's a good shaving soap. The problem is there used to be 3 shaving soaps that were very moderately priced and were excellent, but inflation killed them because they were working on a very low profit margin. And when inflation hit 9.4%, they went out of business. There was a Williams shaving soap, which had been around since the 1800s, gone. Marvy Deluxe shaving soap, what a great name, gone. Amer Fresh, gone. All of it gone. But I still have some of the soaps that I got made to order for my soap, my shaving soap. And what I'm doing is I'm going to be revising that. I've been tooling around in the lab, so to speak, with various things, but it's going to be the same soap, just bigger. I've decided why not? Since there just aren't that many any more shaving soaps that are moderately priced, which is it's a hobby for me more than a business. But you can buy them from me, and there's special deals. You can see that at mojoacademy.org. Look at Mojo Brothers shaving soap. Only about 5% of men who shave use this kind of shaving method. So believe me, I'm not trying to corner a market here. It's just a thing I enjoy doing. And I like using a good old-fashioned shaving soap. And now that there's nothing left to buy that isn't like $17 and filled with ridiculous oils, I have to make it myself, So that's, hey, necessity is the mother of invention, right? So look for some changes there. I'll be making announcements with that. Anyway, it's good to be back. I missed you all last week as I was crawling around like, as I said, Frank Sinatra and Man with the Golden Arm. But, oh, man, that movie hurts me because of what I've been through. But this is, I'm back, and we'll have a very good time. And maybe, just maybe, since this is the spring-summer newsletter, either spring or summer will actually arrive, because it's been cold here. It's been very cold here. The wind almost blew my hat off today. I'm the one you can spot me with in a trench coat and a fedora as I go around town. The wind blew my hair off. Anyway, you could see that. But this it's very windy, this town. There's a story about that at my blog about the worst winter I ever spent in this town. But that was I put that up a month ago. I think it's time to stop being lazy, wouldn't you say? I can only take this terminal illness shtick too far, because they're keeping me alive. And this is another funny thing. So I don't understand how. I guess people get grumpy when they find out they're going to die. I certainly didn't appreciate hearing it, but I didn't see any reason to get grumpy about it. And the doctors ask me how everything is going with my treatment, and I tell them it's great. I'm having a great time. It's relaxing. It's okay. And I said, what am I supposed to complain about? You got hundreds of people here working to keep me alive, and they're shocked. They never hear that attitude. So I believe in gratitude. And in fact, I could tell you something which is interesting. And I may have written about this at my blog, my website. I don't know. I lose track. I'm so prolific, right? But if there are studies that have shown, and I'm not a big fan of studies, but I like this one. If you make a list of things for which you feel grateful, just a short list of things for which you feel grateful, you will, for the next 90 days, be happier than the average person. That's all it takes. You don't need any pills. You don't need any drugs. You don't need any prescriptions. Just good old-fashioned gratitude and awareness. So try that sometime if you wish to. If you're feeling that you'd like to feel a little bit better. You like how you feel, but you want to feel better. Let's put it that way. Let's keep a positive spin on this. And let's do it that way. Just get yourself a list, a few things for which you feel gratitude, and see how it affects you. Because the studies show that you will, for 90 days, be happier and more serene and more contented than the person who doesn't do that. That's nice to know. Because what does it cost you? It costs you nothing, just a little thought and thoughtfulness. That's the way it goes, right? Anyway, let's get down to it. I don't want to spend too much time talking because I got nothing to say. How's that? I'm now, I'm officially part of, quote, the new media. So I guess I should be opining on everything under the sun. But most of these things don't mean much to me because I'm old enough, as you can tell, that I've seen these things come and go. Just doesn't matter. I don't get freaked out by developments politically. Nothing is going to be here forever impacting us. Nobody's going to cause any great damage. But the whole system, it's run on fear in many ways. This is why I have that book, Unmasking Fear, which was written in 1919, except for my introduction. I didn't write that in 1919, of course. I'm not that old. But, take a look at that book sometime. It's called Unmasking Fear. You can find stuff about it at mojoacademy.org, and it's at amazon.com. And it's definitely a book I recommend because it shows how even in 1919, before mass media, there was no radio, there was no television. I mean, what did they have? Pigeons, kites? But no, fear was an industry. So, see, this is built into us. Now, there's a study I want to put up also, speaking of studies, that shows, and this is kind of counterintuitive because we've been taught for years that you cannot pass on inherited characteristics. The Lamarckian theory has been disproven time and again until suddenly it turned out to be true. So science came up with a new category just to cover themselves. And it's called epigenetics. And it turns out that if you live a life of stress and fear, you're going to change your DNA and you're going to pass that along down into the grandchildren. They'll carry that fear. That's worth knowing. So if you want some tips on how to not live in fear, drop me a line at askdarrow@earthlink.net. And I can direct you to some stuff. I can show you this at pages at my website, magic-works.com, about fear and how deadly it is. First of all, we should have learned this in the pandemic when people were pushing really hard to scare us all. Fear shuts down your immune system. Mine too, not just you. Our immune system shuts down with fear because the body needs the blood to go to the limbs so we can run like hell. That's what fear does. It's fight or flight. And it goes into your arms to fight and into your legs to run. And that kind of puts the kibosh on your immune system. So don't give in to fear. Now, fear is a healthy thing. Don't trust anybody who's never afraid. Fear is the emotion that we have developed to let us know that we're at risk. Just like anger has its point too. Anger is important. Anger lets us know that we have been mistreated. Now, you know, and I know that there's an awful lot of people out there who just can't tell when they've been mistreated. They just don't know. We call them doormats sometimes and laugh about it, but it's sad. There are people who just don't know when they're being treated badly, and they erupt eventually, and it's bloody and it's awful. But we have these feelings and emotions for a reason. And biologically and evolutionarily, the advantage to fear is that it tells us that we're at risk, and we want to be very careful. We get heightened sensations. So check that out. You can also read about that in my book. You knew a plug was coming. Come on, tell the truth. Reverend Elliot Explains It All. You can find that also at Amazon.com. It's called Reverend Elliot Explains It All. Now, do I explain everything in the world that needs to be known? Yeah, actually I do. For your money back. There you go, see? No, but What the heck, right? I like the title. I thought it would be a good title. So we're all shuffled up now. Obviously, you can see this is becoming like a nervous tick, this shuffling. So we're all shuffled. The cards are shuffled. I'm going to ring a bell 3 times now so that we can declare sacred space. And we're going to, this day after we all paid our taxes, hopefully, except for some of us who wait for the statute of limitations to expire. Let's just ring a bell 3 times to declare sacred space. And now I will pull back the curtain on the magical window for Silver in Victorville, California. Hi, Silver. You're on with Reverend Elliott.
Hello.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Hello?
Yeah. Hi. How are you?
Hello?
Yes. Hi, Silver in Victorville. Is that you?
Yes.
You hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Excellent. Excellent. How are you doing tonight?
Excellent. How are you doing tonight?
Oh, that's me coming back at me. Great.
Me.
Let's see if we can deal with the echo here. Okay. What is on your mind tonight, Silver?
I wanted to know.
Go ahead. I'm here.
I want to know if I will be able to have a kid.
Now I didn't hear the last half of that at all.
If I will be able to have any kids.
If you'll be able to have kids, the top card I have here is Temperance. That's a card of balance. So that's telling me that, yeah, that's because it's a possibility. The Wheel of Fortune says whatever situation you're in now is going to be changing. The King of Cups here was about having control and mastery of your emotions and feelings. And here is the card called the Sun, which shows a little child on it. You see there? I hope you can see that as a nice little child. So that says there's a very good possibility that you'll have children. Yeah. Now, of course, there are certain things you have to go through to have that happen. Sometimes it could be biological, other times it could be adoption, but there's ways to do it. Have you been, how can I put this delicately? Have you been trying?
Yes, I have.
Well, we'll see what happens. I mean, sometimes, that's where the expression comes from. It's sometimes like for me and our marriage here, it was not in the cards. But for other people, it is, and I'm seeing positive results here. So yeah, I'm not seeing anything impossible about it. I'm looking through it now, and I'm seeing cards about happy home, and a happy home is a home with children. They say, don't they? So yeah, there's a possibility there. Is there anything else you want to look at? I missed that. I didn't hear it.
Will we end up getting the guy that I'm with?
Will you end up getting what? It faded off.
Remarried.
Will you're looking for marriage in your future?
Yeah, will we get?
Well, what I'm seeing is the situation as it is now is going to change. And that leads to the King of Cups, which is heightened emotional joy and happiness. So I'm seeing a strong possibility, yes, of marriage there. Yeah, just in the cards that I looked at already, okay?
Oh, okay. Well, that's all. I don't have anything else.
Okay. Well, thanks for calling. And best of luck with your family. Bye-bye now. And let's shuffle the cards up again. I should say that a woman named Silver was probably one of the most influential people in my whole life. And she passed away, I believe it was last year, nearly 100 years old. This was the closest I'd come to a Zen guru master. She was the owner and operator of the New York City improvisation the original improvisation, Famous Comedy Club. And she was they used to say, a piece of work, but a very interesting person. And I have very clear memories of her telling me how much she appreciated the work I was doing, and how much she liked me, and how much she enjoyed having me around. And those thoughts were going through my head while I was standing on the corner of 44th Street and 9th Avenue while she was screaming at me at the top of her lungs. She wasn't one to hide her feelings. Something bothered her about something I had done. So, yeah. But yes, she was a very influential person for a lot of people. I mean, you name it, the biggies, the real biggies in comedy, they don't mention her enough. But if they started here in New York, Silver got them going. Well, we're all shuffled up now, and Douglas in Wildwood, Alberta, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Yes, I am.
Yeah, how you doing tonight?
Pretty good, thank you.
So what can I look at for you?
Well, I've been alone for 8 years, and I'd like to know if I'm around a relationship or if there's one coming.
Yeah, let me show you the card that's right at the top of the deck here. Let's see. I don't know if that can be seen because I don't know what the lighting here is like, but that's the Hierophant. And that is the card that comes up that signifies marriage. I was kind of hoping it would come up for the previous caller because she was interested in marriage, but you have that card. And there's the Two of Cups. That's a card about a new relationship.
Okay.
So yeah, this is very good. That's pointing that way. And here's now this card here. This is a beauty. The Ten of Cups. That's perfected happiness, and it's a family with children and a house. The Ten of Coins. Well, you've got the tens are the acme of the suit. So there's perfected happiness and abundance in terms of money. And then there's romance, and then there's marriage. And the Empress is here, and that is a woman who makes things happen, makes things grow. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You're going to meet a very interesting person who's going to lead you down that path of happiness and wealth and children. How's that? That's a very strong statement. I'm not even going to hedge that by saying, well, I seem to see that, but that's definitely what I see here. I mean, this is heavy duty stuff here.
She has to have the children because I can't.
Well, I'm glad to hear somebody say that these days because you can never tell. You see, the Supreme Court in England just had to decide what a woman is.
Oh, all right.
So, oh man, and you want to know really what a woman is? Serve one with divorce papers and see what happens. You'll find out.
Yeah, mine served me. I don't need to go there anymore.
You've been there, huh?
Yes.
Yep. You're a member of the Brotherhood. I had. I don't want to go into this too deeply because aside from the fact that I've talked about it many times, and this show is really not about me as much as it's about the callers, but I kind of got rid of my first wife. I don't mean I killed her or anything, but she had this horrible story about being so madly in love with the wedding photographer, for God's sake, So I just said to the two of them, you just live together from now on, leave me out of it. And they were so thrilled, so happy. And that lasted a few months. And then years later, she contacted me just to say, you threw me out like last week's garbage. And I said, yeah, I did, didn't I? So I don't know. Yeah, well, this is like almost 50 years ago. So, it's just funny moments in our life that we don't forget at all.
Yeah, well,
but
I was with her for 37 years, and she packed her bags and went one night without notice, and
wow.
It was 44 years before I got divorced.
Wow. Well, my first marriage lasted 1 year, 4 months, and 10 days, but who's counting?
The marriage lasted 18 months. I just To keep her for a nuclear family for the children.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah.
Well, now it's time to start over again, right? Well, it looks good. Let me see if I get another card here for you that would be good. Oh, well, this is interesting. This may relate to what you just told me, but it's the Five of Swords, which tells me that there's somebody out there who's saying bad things about you and kind of like working against your interests. But that's not a card of serious trouble. It's just like a pest. There's another one that's similar to that, and that's here too now. So I think that somebody in your past is not too particularly happy with the turn of events your life is taking, but I don't see that having any negative effect on you at all. I mean, I wouldn't mention it otherwise, because then you have to go into a whole thing about how to handle it. But I think you're doing fine. I mean, this sums you up. This card here. This is the Six of Swords. That's about getting from where you are to where you want to be through your own energy and your own power. I think you're doing very well with that. That you know who you are, where you're going, what you want, and how to get there, and you do it. It may not be fast, but you do it. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's exactly the way it is.
Yeah, well, that's beautiful. Because you're very well grounded, and you'll get what you want eventually. And here you go. This is the star. That's a card of hope and optimism, and it also there's a little bird in a tree behind this woman in these cards, and that represents a child who's going to be born. That's the spirit of a child that will be born. So these things are pointing towards marriage and children for you.
Yeah.
And great happiness. This is a card of happiness and joy and sensual delights. The Nine of Cups. You're going to do all right. You're on a path to doing very well here. Okay. So if it concerns you, just get a copy of this show at the archives tomorrow at askoneradio.com, and you can listen to this reading, and you'll see if you think it's taking a little longer and you're doubting it. A lot of people will doubt these things after a while, but I'm telling you that these are strong. I don't like to make wishy-washy kind of predictions, but I back away from making very firm things in such a short reading format as this, except for what I just saw for you. And I can see that is definitely there. It's definitely all coming together for you. So no problem at all. And you're going to be living in the 51st state. So that's good too, right?
We're going to leave that one alone for a little while.
Fat chance, right?
Well, I'm going to leave that one alone because I don't have a problem with it.
Okay, well, it's just maps, it's just geography. So
yeah, well, there's a lot of separatists. There's a lot of separatists in Alberta.
Yeah, well, this is people are problem solvers. Is the way I've come to this conclusion over the years, that people are problem solvers, and if there are no problems to solve, they'll make them, and then they'll solve them. So that's just, we have a president right now who likes to, what's the word I'm looking for? Alarm the media and set the tone of it. I mean, he'll make wild statements like that and control the message. So it's an interesting act, I think.
I know for a fact, I saw it. I know what he did to Trudeau is all he did was reach across the border and give him a big slap.
Mm-hmm.
And freaking ended his career, and he stepped down.
Yeah,
and that
sure did.
A favor to us. Now the tariff thing. Well, we're not going to go there, but we're not. I'm not
There's enough political chatter on the airwaves that I don't particularly feel I want to contribute to that. I just find I'm just looking like I keep remembering when my grandmother in her late years used to hear news stories like this and say she'd utter a silent prayer, which was, "Lord, how big is your zoo?" You know, because to her, we were all just monkeys frolicking around in a zoo. And she may have had a point, you know. So there you go.
And then very intelligent woman.
Well, here's one last card I'll leave you with, which is the Page of Cups. That's also the appearance of romance. It's coming. So this is on its way. You're going to be fine. Okay?
Yeah.
Take it from Reverend Elliott. You're going to be just fine.
All right. Thank you very much.
My pleasure. Nice talking to you. Bye-bye.
Okay. Bye. Good night.
And let's shuffle them up. Look at that. We're halfway through this. Goodness. Where does the time go? Time flies, right? That's what they say. I've reduced myself to cliche. Oh, boy. You're listening to Reverend Elliott. I've had a very interesting week because I got a new printer. And one of the features of this printer is stress-free setups. I needed tranquilizers. It was so damn stress-free. You know, it was such a mess. It wasn't stress-free to me. I just don't understand. Again, I say this over and over again. This is my constant lament. Why can't these things, computers and printers and all, why can't they be like pianos? If you can use one piano, you can use them all. So I, aside from having nightmares about the printer, I'm a good one for nightmares, to tell you that. It took a while, but I got it going. I got it cooking, and I've got it printing. I thought the most useless feature was wireless printing. I can now print with my computer elsewhere in the apartment. I don't have to bring it right to the printer. And when I start doing that, I get beeps coming out of the printer, which means it has questions for me on the little screen. So I have to go there anyway. So you see, what's the point, right? I work for these things. I don't mean I worked for them and got the money. I mean, I work for them. The printers and the computers, they tell me what to do. Fascinating, isn't it? I mean, they must be laughing at us in their little AI hearts of heart, right? Oh, brother. So Stacy in Collingwood, Ontario is next. Hi, Stacy. You're on with Reverend Elliott.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you tonight?
I'm great, thanks.
Beautiful. What can I look at for you?
Whatever comes out.
Okay, let's give it a shot. I'll shuffle them up. And we'll see. I'm using the Hanson Roberts Tarot, which I like. I may use a couple of different ones in the coming weeks, but I like these. They're kind of small. They don't take up much space here. Living in New York is about space.
Yeah.
Well, I see interesting things here. I see money coming your way. I see success piling up. I got a lot of money card here. This is very good. Something I see here. Did something recently happen that's very sad?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I see that as just being there, you know, like there's no judgment here about it's good or bad. It's just something sad happened and you're dealing with it, and it's going to be replaced by emotional well-being and happiness. That's the Ace of Cups. There's also the Ace of Coins here. I said there's money here. There's the Ace of Coins, the Six of Coins, the King of Coins. So I'm definitely seeing money coming your way. If you have any problems relating to money, I think they're going to be cleared up for you this coming year. And
that's awesome to hear.
The Six of Rods is here. That's a card of great success. So whatever you want, you're going to get it. It's going to, another part that sounds ominous. You're going to get it, but no, I don't mean it that way. You're going, what you want is coming, and you'll do well. You have the Strength card here that shows that you're a very strong and resilient person. You can handle these things. So I think whatever it was, you don't have to go into any details if you don't want to. Whatever it was that occurred that was kind of sad is not going to keep you down. It's just not.
Yeah.
But it's painful. I mean, I have two of the saddest cards in the deck here right now. The Three of Swords and the Nine of Swords. But, see, that's followed by the Four of Coins, More money is coming in. Now, here's a card that I like. It's the 10 of Swords. See, this is also a card that looks awful, but it's not. That says that this bad experience it's going to go away soon. The 10 of Swords looks awful, but what it means is that life threw its worst at you, and you're still here. So you're fine.
True.
You're going to do okay. But what's going to characterize this coming year that I see for you is success and money.
I'll take it.
Yeah, that's a pretty good ride. I wouldn't mind a reading like that one day. And here's another one here, the 10 of Coins. You got to see all these cards are money, and the Temperance card is here. Temperance card is about balance. I had that earlier for somebody. A well-balanced life. Yeah. That's the secret to a lot of things. The World is the card here. That's assured success. The 10 of Cups. Wow, that's great happiness and joy.
My nickname is Stacy 1010.
Oh, really? Well, you got a lot of 10s here. That's for sure. I mean, you have the 10 of Coins and the 10 of Cups, and you have the Ace of Coins and the Ace of Cups. Now, the cards only go from 1 to 10. And you've got the aces and the 10s. So you've got the whole gamut there. So yeah, this thing that happened that is kind of sad is just a blip. It's not going to overpower you at all. You're going to be just fine. One last card. No kidding. The Page of Coins. That's the physical manifestation and appearance of the money. There's everything here is telling me that there's money coming your way. Don't
I don't see it yet, I feel it.
Yeah, good, because it's gonna work out very well for you. So as it develops, you can drop me a line, and we'll see if I can see any more into that. Because right now, it's just a very one-sided reading about money and good feelings coming to replace the bad stuff, and that's very good. But you might want some more nuance. So if you feel like it, just drop me a line at askdarrow@earthlink.net, and I'll look at a few cards for you on the house. How's that?
That sounds wonderful. Maybe I'll give you a reading in return for free.
Oh, excellent. That would be good. I haven't had a reading in a long time. Do you read tarot?
Yes, and Oracle. Mostly Oracle.
I'll tell you what, because I have on my webpage, magic-works.com, I have a page which is links to people who do readings. I don't want to just keep it about me only. So if you want to take a look at that page and you feel like you want to put something there, let me know. I'll put it up there. The cost is really affordable. It's free. You don't get more affordable than that, right?
That's right.
But it's a way of enlarging the community a little bit, and there's a few people there now. I let it go because I'd been very ill for the last year, but it's still up and running. And if you'd like to be part of that, if you want to have yourself listed there, please, by all means, drop me a line. Oh. And if there's anyone listening to whom I've told this in the last year, but I didn't get to you because I was too busy dying. Not to be subtle about it, right? Just give me a little nudge, and I'll get back to it, and I'll put you up there at that page at my website. But I look forward to hearing from you. Okay, Stacy?
All right, sounds good.
And then maybe we can do a reading together for somebody. Yeah. How's that? That would be good.
That sounds like a plan.
Yeah. Thanks for calling.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. We'll shuffle them up now. Yeah, this is something that I've even had a couple of people interviewed about that. And, somebody chastised me and said, you should be charging people for that. Why? Why? Do I need money that badly? What, why? Why should I be charging people for it, right? It's just fun to do. And I enjoy doing that. It for me, I like it. So, I'm going to shuffle up now. I see we have another caller just waiting there. It was hidden. I had a number 1 here, and I clicked on the number 1, and I saw somebody popped up now. Christina in, is it LaPorte or LaPorte or what? How do you pronounce that in Texas?
LaPorte, Texas. Yes. Hi.
LaPorte. Hi. How's Texas doing today?
Oh, it's Texas. It's doing all right.
Okay, good. Man, it's I've always had a blast here in New York at some of our less reputable saloons when people from Texas would come up and do a pub crawl. They were always Texans and Australians are so much alike in many ways that it's a lot of fun. So. Oh, but my pub crawling days are over. So before I get into that and pass out off this chair, what can I look at for you?
Oh, well, finances are a very strange thing right now. I'm a massage therapist, and usually I have people jumping on the table, and I just have gone through this long period of pretty much crickets, and romance is about the same way. So I'm not sure what's going on. And
I noticed that like my books, which usually I regularly mail books out to people, that around the election time, nobody was buying. It's like everybody was afraid of something. So that pretty much dried up for a while. But as soon as the election was over, it started picking up again. But slowly. So that could have been it. See, the thing is, people don't. And by the way, when people are put into a state of fear, that's a good time for a massage, don't you think?
Oh yeah, I mean it is a great time, but they've seemed to clammed up. I'm usually in California. I'm in Texas right now, dealing with some other things, but I'm just not used to that. Usually, I have a lot of calling on that, and finances have been really low, and so is romance, and it's just been kind of like crickets in my life, and I'm wondering why.
Well, let's take a look. Let's see well, this is an interesting card. This is the first card. It's almost meaningless by itself. It's the Eight of Rods. That means something is on the way. That means something is coming. It's not just potential. It's almost here. The cards I don't know if you can get a look at that. The cards are about to land. They're hitting down the cards, the rods.
Oh.
So this is about something that's about to happen. And these things usually indicate business. But this is an interesting set of cards here for you that culminate in, you have the King of Rods, which is about career and work and being master of what you're doing. The Page of Swords is there. That's the beginning of a new way of thinking and a new way of seeing things. And the Six of Cups, that's kind of a nostalgia, an emotional longing for a time past, and something. Generally, when that shows up, somebody from your past who was important to you may show up again in your life, and that generally can be a good thing. And then there's the King of Cups, which is about again, you have the King of Rods and the King of Cups, and that's success and mastery in your emotional life and in your business life. So I think these cards, what they're saying overall is that this is just a temporary spell, and it's going to clear up. And it's going to clear up soon. That's why the Eight of Rods was the first card I got.
That would be nice.
But it's interesting to me that you got the King in the two areas that you mentioned specifically. You got the King in those suites, and that is or suits actually. Suites. What am I thinking of? Go get a hotel room, right? The king of that's. I won't go there. The King of Cups and the King of Rods. I mean, good stuff in terms of business and romance. So I think you'll be fine.
Oh, good. That's good to hear. Well, thank you so much.
And here's the King of Coins, because what is the point of business without money, right? So that's good. The money is there. Good. You've got it. You'll master these things, and you'll be fine. And it's going to happen very soon. That's what the Eight of Rods is. It's on the way. It's happening, and it's coming to you right now. Okay.
Okay. Thank you so much.
My pleasure.
I really appreciate that.
You're going to have a good year. I see that here in the cards. Bye bye now. And
thank you.
My pleasure. Bye bye. Let's shuffle them up. See if we can get another reading in, or maybe two. Erica in Long Island here in New York. right across
Hello.
the East River. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi.
Hi, Erica. How are you doing tonight?
Okay, thank you.
Well, maybe we can make that a little better. What can I look at for you?
I'd like to see like career wise, just get a better idea like when things are gonna start moving.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's see what we got. I'll shuffle them up now that you mentioned that. It's a little more information. And, well, that's a good start. These are good. These are excellent cards here. This is really good stuff here. This is very good stuff here.
Oh, good.
The first you have is the Ace of Coins, followed by the King of Coins. That's good. That's very good. That's the Ace of Coins is the potential of money coming in. The King of Coins is mastery of money, financial. This is excellent. The Fool is here. The Fool is a very good card. Doesn't mean you're a fool. It means that you have divine protection. Is what that means. That is, in other words, if there was anything negative in this reading, that card would wipe it out.
That's awesome.
Yeah, so don't be concerned about anything bad showing up in the cards because it won't, because the Fool is there. The Seven of Rods is here. That's about a person who can sweep away obstacles. You're very resourceful and very good at that. The Wheel of Fortune is here. You want to hear that one because that means that things as they stand now are changing. And the next card is also a major card, which is the Judgment card, which means that there's almost a rebirth coming your way. You're pretty much you're going to get what you have coming to you in a sense. You're going to get the things you deserve. And the Justice card is here. If you had been treated badly, if somebody did something wrong and somebody mistreated you, they are going to pay for that. I can tell you that.
Yeah.
And there is some indication that somebody has been going around kind of sneaking around, not being very nice about you, but the person isn't succeeding at all. So that's good news. I'm seeing more happiness and joy and loads of good cards here. The Ace of Cups again, the Ace of Coins. So I got that. That's exactly what I got for a previous caller, which is the beginning of good stuff in terms of money and in terms of emotions. So these what's happening that is out of whack for you is going to be realigned, and you'll do well.
That's really good.
So the key thing here is that the Wheel of Fortune, that the situation as it stands now will change. It's not a matter of it should or it could or it may, but it will change, and it'll change for the better. That's the Judgment and the Justice card. You may have been suffering because of something unfair that happened to you. And you don't have to go, if that's right, you don't have to go into any details with us because it's going to be rectified. The life itself is going to take up your case and fix it for you, okay?
That's great.
So that's it. I mean, it's all clean. It's good. Again, the Fool card, that's the card that's the Romani people consider that, meaning that you're the beloved of God. So that's why nothing goes wrong when that card appears. And
that's good.
You got a dynamite set of cards there. Okay.
Okay. All right. Does it say when?
Well, it's happening now. It's in the Wheel of Fortune tells me that the change is occurring at this moment. So it's coming. It's on the way.
Okay.
There's subtle indications for timing in tarot, but see, like this card here, that's assured success. That's a good one, and that's there for you too. There's also just don't let this freak you out. It's the Death card. Now that's not about dying. That's about one phase of your life ending and a new one beginning. Now that's part of the Wheel of Fortune, because you're about a part of your one phase of your life will be ending and a new one beginning, and it'll be a nice, good new phase of life. You're about to enter a whole new realm of existence, and you're going to do very well with it.
That's amazing.
You feel it coming, don't you?
I do.
It's on the way, and all these are very good cards, especially the Justice card. And the Death card and the Judgment card, these all go hand in hand. They're major cards, so they're very important, and it's about a whole new level of existence that you'll attain.
That's amazing.
Well, you've wanted it for a while, I can see in these cards, and you're going to get it. And you're going to. I think you're ready for it. See, this is the Ten of Swords. That's the card. I had that earlier. That's a card that means that the worst is over, that the good stuff is going to take over. From now on, the good stuff takes over. That life threw what it had at you, and it didn't kill you. That's essentially it, you know.
Right.
And you're still here, and you're going to thrive. So it's excellent. Good reading.
And
excellent reading.
Interestingly enough, I was actually telling my dad that I felt that the worst is over and now it's time for blessings.
That's exactly the meaning of that card. Yeah, it's beautiful.
Yeah.
That's one of the things I like about tarot is that rather than, a tall, dark stranger is going to come into your life, that kind of stuff, it can confirm your feelings. You didn't mention that to me before, but you saw the card here, and then you mentioned it. Now, if you mentioned it first and I pulled that card, you'd be very suspicious, obviously. But that's, so you played it well. You kept me in line. You kept me just pulling out the cards and seeing what's happening. But you're headed for a very good time here. Very good time. More money cards here too. Excellent stuff here.
Wow.
Yep.
Okay.
So I've got to run. I've got a couple of minutes left, and that's only literally a couple. So that's it for this week. Thank you very much. I'm glad I got to speak to you.
Much.
Bye bye now. And that's it. We'll be back again next week with Reverend Elliot's Magical Window, and by then I should be sending out my newsletters, which have a special gift. It's a centerfold. Not that kind of centerfold. No, you'll see when you get it. Because it might upset some people, but I don't find this kind of thing upsetting, or I wouldn't do it. Now that's tantalizing, isn't it? But if you want to see more about what I do, if you're new to me, I've only been doing this now since 2011. So, gosh, it's been a long time. It's been a long time. 2011, I started doing this. You can, and by the way, if you want to do this, you just get my book called Reverend Elliot's Magical Window. It tells you all about learning to read the cards yourself and becoming a reader yourself. I've got a minute to go, so let me tell you that you will be back again next week. You can see me at magic-works.com. mojoacademy.org for the best in esoteric literature and records and films, all there, and all kinds of stuff. Contact me anytime. If you didn't get a chance to get on, drop me a line, and I give readers a free I give listeners a free mini reading. So we're down to the last few seconds, so let me just say that until next week, in which I plan to be here with you. This is Reverend Elliot telling you that time flies. It's up to you to be the navigator. See you again next week. I had a great time, and I'm so glad to be back with you. Bye-bye now.
Good evening and good morning, whenever and wherever you are watching this. Welcome to another episode of Insights with Solaris, where I am your host, Jennifer, a tarot reader for over 10 years. And I do a lot of things from Reiki to sound therapy to oracle readings and connecting with angels. So I do a little bit of it all. But at the end of the day, I usually say I'm simply a channel of spirit. And we are going to be moving on to our caller of the day. And we have Connie from Canada. Hello, Connie. How are you?
Oh, hi. I'm good.
Have you ever had a tarot reading before?
I've had readings before, but not on A1 radio.
Well, welcome to the show. I'm excited to have you here. So you kind of know what tarot readings are all about. So do you have any questions for me today?
I'm buying a car. I just want to know if you see me buying the car that I'm going to like. I'm kind of having a hard time with it.
Some impulsiveness in the background that's kind of leading to this current state of confusion, but that's okay too. You're allowed to explore. As I was just saying in the weekly reading, you're allowed to explore, but it's not a great time to make financial decisions. I do like underneath, you do have some good energy to move this forward a bit quicker and to really consider, what I'm hearing is consider like a brand of vehicle that is close to your family. So if your dad or your mother really liked a specific car or a car brand, look into that, because that seems like it could help you push forward a little bit more. So as we move out of this confusion,
I'm not sure what they. Well, my one sister's got a Honda, and my other sister's got a Toyota. So I don't know. I'm just.
Yeah,
that's all.
And just kind of explore what your direct family members are driving, and because I'm feeling as you're going that way, it's going to bring you a little bit better results for the time being, because going into that new territory of something like you don't know the reviews of, you don't know how it's made, it's just going to add to that confusion, and it's going to make you even more upset and disappointed. I do see your partner coming forward a little bit more to help you make this decision. It will be a little bit while. It's definitely not going to be this week, probably 2 to 3 weeks where he's more willing to like step forward and be like, okay, hey, let's help make this decision. Let's do this together and figure this out. It does seem like you.
Yeah, because I'm a little bit confused. That seems more like it, yeah, because I was just worried about the tariffs and the price of the vehicles going up. So that's why I was rushing, because I was in a car accident, so I had my car written off. And
so you're
so I was
into
just
that
taking my
position
time
of
because I was
needing to
feeling.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I see that anxiety. And so I do want to make this very clear. I know this isn't very life-changing or, oh my gosh, a surprise. But as you're going through the dealerships, be very careful and look for things that are not being told to you. And so if you're not very confident in car buying, or you don't understand all the ins and outs, really pay attention to the details, because they are going to try to get the extra money out of you. They're going to give you all those extended warranties, and they're going to go in and wanting to give you higher insurance and just ridiculous things that you don't need. And you need to be very careful as you're signing paperwork that even though like you agree, hey, I don't want this, this, or this, and they come give you the paperwork and they just happens to come back in. So be very clear about what's going on there.
Okay, I'll be checking, because that's what I'm worried about, because they like to lie, dealerships. And I just I get very overwhelmed, and I'm starting to get a little bit more strict when I go in and say, this is what I want, I don't want this, I don't want this, and I don't want this. Because if you don't, they just, you know what I mean? They
definitely are going to take
If you get a really good car, like a Honda or Toyota, you shouldn't need any extended warranties at all. They're a ripoff, I think. So, yeah, I'm getting a little bit more like I'm getting a little better than what I was, because I was pretty nervous at the beginning.
Yeah.
Anxiety was up there to get a car.
The anxiety is going to continue a little bit. This is why I want you to lean on an external source a little bit, and also do your research beforehand. Like go and just go on the internet and look dealership tactics, like how they try to say, oh, I have somebody else wanting to buy this car, and just be prepared for that. So it kind of brings out the confusion, so you can recognize, oh, they're trying to get me to buy today. They're trying to get one over on me. So if you prepare more beforehand, the less confusion you're going to have. And as we're going through this, ultimately, it seems like you're going to end up getting a good deal and you're going to be happy with what you want. It seems like you are going to be pushed more towards like something on the economy level. So maybe like an EcoBoost motor engine. Look for those.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. And I've been researching actually quite a bit. And they're trying to get me to buy it. And I'm like, no, I'm taking my time. I'm going to research it. I don't want to just jump in and well, they're like $40,000. They're not cheap.
Definitely
so I'm trying to make sure I really know that I want this vehicle, because I'm the kind of person I will keep it for as long as I can. I'm not, okay, in 3 years I'm going to trade it in,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so continue to do research. Fantastic. You're taking the right approach to get you to this very good ending here. So I love that for you. There's a couple of things. So I am seeing, and take this as a suggestion, as a recommendation. Of course, we are allowed free will and can change anything, but I am seeing something with the EcoBoost motor is going to be a 4-cylinder, potentially blue, most likely a blue or silverish gray. You may be presented with a red car, and somebody may be very pushy about you getting this red car. Because that's going to be the car where they say, okay, I have somebody else coming to buy this. It's a really good car, but if I can give you this deal on it, don't listen to that one. I'm not going to say all red cars, but if somebody's trying to push a red car on you and you're like, hey, no, there's something mechanically wrong with it, and just watch it. If it doesn't feel right and it seems like you do have some good gut feelings and you can read people pretty well, know that don't give up. Don't let people
that's what I've been doing. I've been trying to read people a lot while I'm trying to buy this car. So that's why it's taking me so long, because I'm trying to see if they really know what they're talking about, or if they're just like, I had a guy today. I went to Honda today. He was 75 years old. Still working, but he didn't seem to know anything about the cars. And I said, how do you not know anything if you're telling me you've been doing this for 20 years? Like, couldn't tell me anything about, like, how the car runs, if it's a 2-liter, if it's 2.4 liter, if it's, if it's got, heated steering wheel, heated seats. Like, there's so many things now. Not like with my car was 13 years old. It was basic. So, well, thank you so much for that. So stay away from the red car.
Just a one that they're trying to push on you.
Yeah, they're going to push on me, right? Yeah, they already are pushing on me. So maybe because I was going to go used, but I really am looking brand new, because I'm afraid to go used in case they try to give me something that's bad.
Well, I am seeing potentially a 2020 here, so relatively newer vehicle still with low mileage. So this, if you find like a